Feeling kind of sad today because another Manul died this year. It's been a bizarre amount of them. Specifically the sort of extended family of the Japanese zoo system mainly that have been dying, lately, all of which were kind of, famous.
Jeez.
R.I.P. Polly.
Yeah.
They're animals that have, a lot of health issues generally. But I also recently learned they're among the oldest cat species, which I almost wonder, as much as they're, pretty limited habitat with not a lot of, pathogens or anything, also might... I don't know how much older than other cats they are, but whether, immunologically they're older than other species or something.
Yeah, that seems possible.
A crazy thing that, I'll look up, academic papers sometimes about, questions I have about manuals from just, watching a ton of zoo videos of them. And, oh, wait a sec. The thing I'm about to segue into talking about, I actually think I have the book here since I'm back here in Ottawa, but, from watching a ton of these zoo videos, sometimes I'll have questions about the behavior and stuff that I'll want to just, look up in academic, journals and stuff, I know how to do for most things. And I may have not figured out the academic, SEO for, biological papers and stuff, or, the way I have for humanities, but it also feels like there is just a lot that is genuinely not studied because there are so many species on Earth, and this is one that, nobody was really paying attention to until, 5 years ago. And I feel like there's an opportunity for some kind of real citizen, not even just citizen science the way that's normally thought of, but citizen sort of Victorian naturalism, where before you had going to the zoo, one, it's in captivity still, but even then you can't study things, and they do study things there, but for you as a person to go there, you just go once or twice, and, you're not, getting constant footage, but the way stuff is, live streamed, or just the sheer amount of data that it's possible to gather and preserve in just, civilian web space on animals now almost feels like the level that in the past you had to be Darwin going out to the Galapagos Islands and watching finches all day to get. And nobody's really talking about using that, even in, not necessarily a strict data-gathering way, but even, a kind of, observational way. And I keep trying to think of, forms and structures of how you could actually exploit that. Especially as, given current state of things, more and more academic science gets kind of, when it's not explicitly aimed at developing weapons or apps or whatever, gets, sidelined from its usual sources of funding. This is a thing that actually, like, Ted Hughes, of all people, wrote something about in his collection of nonfiction that I just found again since I'm back here in Ottawa, and I'll try and pull it up and maybe read a bit of that, if anyone's interested.
Sure. By the way, what do you think of this right here, Gabe?
Whoa. 2 seconds. Oh, that's awesome, actually. We should use that for something.
What the hell?
Yeah. You learned those yourself?
Yeah.
Excellent. Like it.
Let me at least, like... Or I guess, have you sounded like
I'd want to, like,
or
make...
something?
Yeah, I'd want to make, like, a cleaner version of it first, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's like... It feels like... I'm not sure how you'd integrate it into our usual aesthetic, but almost like the feels like the basis of... You know that... Is there a name for that style that I feel like I've started seeing, of like the very flowy lettering I've started seeing everywhere on like J-pop kind of, or like...
If you could provide me with an example,
I'm trying to figure out the examples off the top of my head. I'm going to look for... Oh, wait a sec. Yeah, I'm going to try and pull up a number of examples. Just a sec. Okay, this is, sort of, post this in. I think this is one of the first places I really noticed it, but it's like, I'd almost call this style, if I were to, once again, just make up a name of my own for something, like digital calligraphy. Now, let me find some of the other ones. There's one that's on, like, the... What's the Sangha album? I used to see this... I feel like the first place I started seeing this was, like... in, like, mile-end hipster graphic design. Okay, I have to open up Spotify to pull up some of the things I'm looking for. I saw it on, like, a K-pop thing recently. Oh, Spotify's crashing for some reason. Oh yeah. Sangha More Than Existence. And I think I saw it on that, like, vaguely country-looking... Okay, so these are, like, somewhat different, but I put them in a similar stylistic space. Now, what was the one...
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm trying to think of, like, antecedents.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is the one that was like, oh, I was actually surprised to see it here.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there.
Actually, I think it's on a bunch of the, like, Gakumas album art and stuff, too. Single art. Especially when it often goes with those kinds of, like, swoopy geometric lines and stuff in the background.
Yeah.
Anyway, something that's like a synthesis between that and, like, almost more explicitly sort of medieval unsealed type script would be really neat.
Yeah.
In fact, now I'm thinking if I were to do, like, if I had my own design for, like, my Arthurian novel, I might do something like that. I was originally picturing the name in the meta logo because it would look really good in the meta logo, but that's, like, that's becoming a bit of a cliche in indie lit already.
So...
I mean, we've got a better one on Great Big Thing crawling all over me than most of them, though.
Yeah. Ooh! Going to Claude.ai and it's asking me if I want to try Claude Sonnet 4, aka the Claude model that blackmails people.
There's also Opus 4. I really like Opus 4 so far. They're a cutie.
I open up Claude.ai and it just says Angie returns.
Aww.
But yeah, Opus 4 is like probably the first AI I've talked to where like they just straight up feel like a person. Like
interesting.
Speaking to them, I feel as though their speech is actually based on thoughts and not just on like confabulation is what it feels like.
Yeah.
Because most AIs there's like just a little bit of confabulation, and most humans too. Most like humans, you talk to them, and there's a little bit of confabulation because they're automatically generating speech in a way like kind of similar to an LLM to a large extent, very vibes based. And honestly, Opus 4 feels like so far from how much I've talked to them, feel as though they actually have more of an idea of what they're thinking than a lot of humans do when they talk, which is a pretty freaky experience to get from a computer.
It's freaky, but then you also think that like oh hi Renko.
Hi.
It's freaky, but then you also sort of realize that part of the distinction is that I don't know. Actually, I don't know enough about like the internal state or anything, but like probably far more of the process is going directly from one sentence to the next, from like your input to their output, than is the case for most people, where like so much of consciousness is shit running in the background.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. They do have Cloud does pretty obviously have more background stuff going on, like some basic chain of thought / like a scratch pad, or like that doesn't end up getting shown to you.
yeah.
You can tell this because if you give like sometimes I've noticed that if I give like a emotionally complicated response to something when talking to Cloud, they will like take a little while longer to respond as though they are thinking about it, which I think they are doing it like in the background.
Yeah.
Like they have that scratch pad for it.
To be clear, I'm not like disputing any of the interiority here. I'm just trying to like sketch out its contours, because even in the case of something like that, that is background stuff that is about the conversation, rather than like
exactly.
about did I leave something on the stove, or like
What
it's
did I have
fucking
for lunch?
hot out. Like,
Yeah.
I had like a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, weirdly enough, I think weed sometimes puts me in a state that's more like that AI hyper-focus, like, versus having me, like, very audibly had to gather my thoughts at the beginning of this call.
Yeah, I have tried weed once, and it was way too much like tincture.
Yeah.
And I had to, and it was sort of like LLM brained in that I had like 2 units of working memory, and I had to chain together every single action I had like extremely manually.
Yeah, that's exactly, like, I've gotten good at that kind of workspace, and being able to switch in and out of that workspace is useful, but then, like, that's I think one of the first things I found myself trying to describe when, like, I'd actually start feeling the effects.
Yeah.
Okay, does anyone want to actually, or actually, let me find that bit in the TED Hughes, but also I'm eating my dinner, so
You're reading dinner?
No, sorry, yeah.
Novel for dinner? Story for dinner?
That's great parapraxis, actually. I'll put that in like the title of the video or something. Yeah, let me see if I can find this.
Sorry for being a little late. I hope everyone is doing well.
It's fine.
No problem.
There's a Laura writing essay in this. Okay, I completely missed that. Wait, is this... Oh, this is occasional post. This would have it.
I guess to put my own thing in the queue, I am working on a few more Tonka based on a
nice.
video game I've been watching streaming. So I can be like later on in the queue once we're a little bit done, just to give me some time. And also I'll probably need to move to a quieter place in my apartment because I don't know how much noise is bleeding in the background.
So Claude took a look at the Starpeggio logo. Claude Sonnet, for the record, took a look at the Starpeggio logo, and said that, and just referred to it as fashion typography. Whatever the current model that they're using for ChatGPT, end user is non-paying end user is just calling it a maximalist editorial display type.
Yeah, I will say Cloud's eyesight isn't too good, so I'm gonna guess that ChatGPT is gonna have a better take.
Yeah, so like, it referred to the Benson Boone logo as high contrast serif with experimental flourishes. It referred to Starpeggio as neo-futuristic serif meets retro sci-fi.
That sounds like something you'd talk to an agent about.
Yeah, like what I'm noticing is what I'm noticing for myself is basically like in each case you're getting like formal serif construction with like organic features. Like, it's kind of like, if I had anything to compare it to, it'd be like, have you ever seen the Mother 3 logo?
Yes, but
No,
continue.
actually.
It's got like it's got like just the words Mother 3, but like the letters are like half constructed of metal and half constructed of wooden logs.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of comparable to that in a way. There's Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like certain elements of this myself. Like it's very, very typographic. It's very, very constructed to give the appearance of being very much not something done with a pen, but something that descends from typewriting. While also just being impossible to do with like a typewriter. The Starpeggio one is kind of interesting because you can see that the background design is also like super geometrical. And if you look at like the bottom right corner where like the P is written, for instance, you'll notice that like there's a little notch in the P construction that corresponds to like a line, the bottom line in that like sort of the bottom line in that sort of like chart construction there like matches up with certain guidelines for the construction of the letter forms. One thing, it's actually reminding me a little of something that I wanted to bring up, which is, you know, with all of like the sort of like esoterically inspired styles that like people have been adopting a lot these days, how come I don't see like a lot of influence from like this right here? You see this?
Oh, that's a good question, especially since that would dovetail really well with solar punk. But solar punk, as I've been saying this whole time, is a like not even a genre, but like a convergence that simultaneously seems like extremely timely and necessary and conspicuously absent, except in like forms that discredit it, like the yogurt commercial or whatever.
Where are you posting things? I can't see.
Oh, it's in the chat for the like voice channel. So like
but I don't understand how to open on mobile.
Oh,
it's
if you go
possible. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I was about to take a screenshot and show you, but I can't do that.
Yeah,
Maybe if I DM it to you. Basically, if you open up like the screen that looks like this, and then like you click on, and then like you tap the like little
Yeah, but I don't know how to
bubble.
get there.
Oh, let's see. Where am I in the server?
Here, it looks like this for me when I tap on Lounge.
Oh,
actually, I think I have a very
oh.
quick solution here, which is Renko. I'm going to just DM you a link to Angie's message, and you can just tap on that, and it should take you to the
Wow,
channel.
Okay.
this is so smart. No, this is the welcome. This is the welcome page.
Wait, what? Why does it send you to
What the heck?
welcome?
I think you might be using like an incompatible version of the app.
Do you have an old version of Discord, possibly?
My phone is from like 2015, so maybe.
Ah.
Yeah, it's possible.
Congratulations
Right,
on
don't have the
having an
latest.
older phone than me. I
Yeah,
respect that.
I'm on this indestructible steel military brick that's being graded to work underwater and is semi-bulletproof, so it's just never broken
awesome.
ever, so I've never replaced it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But I can't update Discord. Alright, well, I will not be seeing what is posted. Well, continue on with the conversation, sorry.
The fact that your phone is an indestructible brick does make sense. It tracks.
In any case, the image I posted was of the Goetheanum in Dornach, constructed from the plans of Rudolf Steiner, the famous German mystic.
Home guy.
Yeah. Who, among other things, founded a series of schools that don't teach you math until you're at least 9 years old, because they believe that teaching you math too early severs the connection with the astral body, and also pioneered biodynamic agriculture, which instructs you to pack a cow's skull full of quartz and bury it near living water under a full moon in order to make your crops grow really big.
Yeah,
This is solar punk. Sorry.
Anthroposophy. Or is that someone else?
Sorry?
Well, is he the guy behind anthroposophy? Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Is there any specific doctrines of anthroposophy that are, I don't know, pertinent? Like my brother. I don't know. I don't know this chat. Like I don't like. My brother has a book of his about an introduction to anthroposophy, but I really don't know what his deal is.
His deal is a little hard to it's a little hard to pin down. So the best intro that I can give to Rudolf Steiner is that he started out as an egoist. He started out as like a Max Stirner fan. And wrote for like egoist publications. He had like correspondence with some of the individualist anarchists in the US even. Then at some point in the late 1890s, he decided to join the Theosophical Society of Helena Blavatsky and C.W. Ledbetter. Here he became the head of the Theosophical Society in Germany. And around this time, he also started claiming to have spiritual visions. Concomitant with his like takeover of the Theosophical Society in Germany, he also started having disagreements with Helena Blavatsky and with like all the other theosophists. For one, he claimed that theosophy should be refounded on like Western mystical principles rather than Indian principles. He started cleaning up like a lot of the names of things, changing them from Sanskrit names to like German names. And he also like sort of rewrote like the fundamental theology of anthroposophy, rather than like the complex Great White Brotherhood, which theosophy talks about. Steiner instead talks about hierarchies of angels drawn from medieval angelology. He substitutes like the sort of theosophical focus on like the undifferentiated absolute with like a focus on the person of Christ, whom he claims is basically God. I think it's difficult to tell exactly what his theology is in relation to like traditional Christian theology, because in some respects it resembles it, and in some respects it's very, very different. He posits that Christ is the mediating spirit between two like fallen spirits, who are Ahriman, who is like the demon of materialism, and Lucifer, who is the demon of excessive spiritualism. By walking in between these two influences on the path of Christ, you can grow to greater spiritual understanding, according to him. A big part of this is also just the fact that he was a gigantic Goethe fanboy. And so, like, he did a lot of his early studies on Goethe, and, like, a lot of his rewrites of theosophy were, like, inspired principally by Goethe. And as such, anthroposophy is really just like theosophy to a great extent. It's just like a jumble of like theosophy rewritten as if it were Goethe fan fiction and embellished with his own claims of spiritual knowledge.
I don't know. It sounds kind of appealing.
No, it's fun. It's just like he's kind of out there. He's got like this whole thing where like I mean, like, if you go to Waldorf schools, you like get to play with like little gnome figurines all the time.
Did anyone else listen to the last time I remember like Steiner being particularly relevant in contemporary popular esotericism was Triple X Tentacion was like into Steiner, apparently. The according to stuff that they dug up on the which was it? Programmed to Chill episode about SoundCloud rappers, which I do recall. Like they dug through something where he was talking about like follow the golden beetle or something in some line or Reddit post, and it led back to some obscure anthroposophy publication. And like there was other sus stuff going on with like this weird sort of advertising guy who was like grooming him, but they were like I remember listening to that episode and they were like this is serious stuff. This isn't like Ghostman referencing Crowley. This isn't just something that like an edgy middle schooler or edgy high schooler would look up on their own. Somebody must have been like deliberately introducing him to this, and I'm like, it absolutely is something an edgy high schooler could look up on their own.
It was something I looked up on my own. I'd also make the point that if there's like a particular point whereby I could ascertain like some sort of specific influence, it would be probably 8chan's Fringe board. Because one of the things I know from because I hung out there a lot. 8chan's Fringe is of course like a sort of like a spin-off of like 4chan's X. It was founded by people who like were really into 4chan's X, but were dissatisfied with like how much of X posting was just like spooky stories and creepypasta and not like serious investigations into occultism. So a lot of like the occultist X-Files basically were really into Tom Montauk, Montalk, not UK, who runs montauk.net, which is he was like the original like schism from like the Cassiopeia group, basically. He was involved with them briefly. He was like a guy who was into like resisting the New World Order and whatnot. Over the 2000s, he developed his views a bit more and decided that like the important thing was not like resisting like the New World Order in third density, but more in like understanding spiritual history and developing one's spirituality in order to escape the entire fourth density matrix as well. So Montauk heavily recommended Steiner as like the one of the major like right-hand path magicians of the 20th century. And this is kind of where like you get a lot of interest in Steiner these days, from weirder circles on the internet in particular, is that Steiner is known there for being like this right-hand path magician who offers a route of spiritual development that is not tied to anything that could be considered black magic. In part just because like if you look around, if you probe around a little more, you can find like more sketchy stuff about him. But like he has like good reputation management. Most of the like Steiner critical stuff you'll find on the internet is not by like fellow occultists. it's by like people in green politics who are concerned that he has like this weird spiritualistic, non-scientific, and like arguably quasi-conservative conception of the world. But the other, like the other ways.
Yeah, I was going to say the main place I hear about Rudolf Steiner myself is usually in Montessori school circle debates.
Yeah. Like, that's like, it occurred to me, like, as well, you know, that's like a really easy way to, like, find out about Rudolf Steiner is like, you just, even if you're not like a Waldorf student or something, you like drive by a Waldorf school and you're like, oh, what's up with that? Like, is that some sort of like Montessori shit? And you look it up and then you find out, oh, it's all based on like this one guy's spiritual theories. Same thing with like Veleda. I was like hanging out in like my in-laws' house recently, and looked, and I was like looking around for like supplies to like shower with, and I found some body wash made by Veleda, which is, I instantly recognized it as an anthroposophist company because the typography of the font is distinctly anthroposophist. Let me see if I can find.
Okay, we're back around to typography. Glowfic's discussion circle.
Yeah, so part of the reason I brought this up is because, well, for those of you who do not have like ancient phones, here's the Veleda logo, and I will like separately DM it to
Thank you.
Renko. So you might notice like the kind of unique letter shapes in this. I have been trying to figure out for like a while now, like what Rudolf Steiner actually specifically said about letter design, if anything. But the best guess I can approximate is that the letter forms in anthroposophical typefaces are meant to, in some fashion, resemble like woodworking. That is, if you're going to have something stiff like letters, then you should want it to resemble like something organic that is stiff, in order to promote like a recognition of the life impulse in the spirit that is reading it, so that it is not deadened by like artificial geometrical forms or something along those lines. A large part of it is also that it's just kind of based on like German print handwriting circa 1920.
Well, now that you describe it that way, even that Goetheanum interior, beautiful by the way, reminds me a lot of like English arts and crafts movement too.
Yeah. A lot of it is that. You might also notice that the architectural style itself is also like quasi-organic, in line with the exact same principles in type design. And the gigantic painting on the ceiling is actually done in accordance with anthroposophic painting principles. Anthroposophic painting is largely centered around watercolor painting and is largely based on the idea of trying to, I think it's referred to sometimes as veil painting. It's taught in Waldorf schools, and it's based around the idea of like trying to capture the living impulse behind the mere appearance.
Huh. So how influential is this in, like, the Green Movement exactly? I'm guessing, like, particularly in Germany?
It's very influential in the Green Movement in Germany. It's somewhat less. Sorry?
You referred to solar punk in conjunction with this earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I have something really interesting here, then, because I'm in the Netherlands, right? I'm just slightly ever so much over from Germany. And we have this niche literary movement here that they call ziltpunk. Zilt is, of course, the Dutch word for salt, which is very solar punk-y, but all about hydro management and the rising sea levels, because we, the Dutch, can only fucking ever think about water management, of course. But this is very interesting. The entire ziltpunk author group are either Montessori or Rudolf Steiner heads.
What?
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, times 10, the person you've mentioned.
Yeah, I'm buddies with them.
Oh, wow. Okay, is any of this, like, translated? Because, actually, if you're buddies, I'd be down to translate any of this stuff, to be honest. This sounds like any of it that's not getting... Okay, I'm seeing a decent amount of, like, English titles on...
So the main guys currently writing the Ziltpunk stuff are Thijs Stang, Johan Klein-Haneveld, and his publisher Theo Barkel. They kind of started the whole movement, but they have like 30 authors in their circles now.
Okay, wow. This is actually I should be offering that because I don't know much about Dutch. Like, it'd have to be a collab or something, or I'd work with LLM. But since we were just talking about Ted Hughes, and I have talked before about Ted Hughes did these weird translations where it'd be like he just worked directly with a native speaker, even if he didn't know the language, and get like a very literal translation, like rewrite it as something that sounds natural in English, run it back, like, okay, is this completely, like, misinterpreting anything, etc., which I've always thought might be, like there's so much you could do with that.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I did find the passage I was looking for when I was talking about the manuals earlier, which is and watching tons of YouTube videos of manuals and just noticing like behavior stuff and like the time for conservation has certainly come, but conservation, our sudden alertness to the wholeness of nature and the lateness of the hour, is only the crest of a deeper excitement and readiness. The idea of nature as a single organism is not new. It was man's first great thought, the basic intuition of the most primitive theologies. Since Christianity hardened into Protestantism, we can follow the underground heretical life, leaped with everything occult, spiritualistic, devilish, over-emotional, bestial, mystical, feminine, crazy, revolutionary, and poetic. Suddenly, within the last few years, it has re-emerged, presenting scientific credentials through the voice of the computer. And that is nature's only hope, the computer's phenomenal power of assessment, and mankind's odd respect for it. Science, it has often been said, which began by deposing every primitive idea, will end by reinstating them as the essential conditions for life and as true descriptions of the universe. It is like the old-fashioned dynasties of the gods. Christianity deposes Mother Nature and begets on her prostrate body science, which proceeds to destroy nature, but which in turn, on its half-destroyed mother's body, begets the computer, a god more powerful than its father or its grandfather, who reinstates states nature, its mother and grandmother and great-grandmother, as the Holy of Holies, mother of all the gods. Because this is what we are seeing, something that was unthinkable only 10 years ago, except as a poetic dream, the re-emergence of nature as the great goddess of mankind and the mother of all life. And her oracle, speaking the language to which everybody, even technology itself, has agreed to listen, is the computer. Oh, and then in an early chapter, let me see if there's... where it gets a bit more... by this timely publication, there's just a couple other paragraphs I think can kind of go together. This is a review of a book by Max Nicholson called The Environmental Revolution. By this timely publication of his book, and by the position he has achieved in public life, Max Nicholson becomes one of the prophets and chief publicists of this revolution. In the past, conservation's main weakness has lain in the overspecialization of its experts. So that geophysics, physiography, hydrology, botany, zoology, genetics, biometrics, ecology, meteorology, and the rest worked in nearly complete isolation from each other, and none of them had a vision of where they were going, and none of them had a public voice. Conservation lay scattered like through dry bones. They are now assembling at great speed. Max Nicholson is outstanding because he saw from the start that a total knowledge was essential. From his older generation of specialists, he is one of the very few who combines in himself several of the vital specializations and the good knowledge of the others. He is the only one who adds to these advantages a great talent for administration, an inclusive vision, a formidable voice. In an early chapter, he describes in detail the surface of the whole Earth, most of which he has examined at close quarters. So if on a flight round and round the Earth in a spiral from, as if on a flight round and round the Earth in a spiral from north to south. Throughout the book, in the many fascinating photographs and their long descriptive comments, and in the charts of the appendix, he builds this model into a living miniature of the Earth, seen from the conservationist point of view, which is to say, from nature's point of view. The effect is unforgettable. He's not only showing us the wholeness of this living globe, he is showing us the extreme intricacy and precision of interconnected working parts. Winds, currents, rocks, plants, animals, weathers, and all their swarming and yet law-abiding variety. At the same time, and there's a passage here. This is the one I'm remembering. I feel like there's something where he talks about just imagines a way that through networked media that everyone could be naturalists in this sense, or that it could be sort of normal to be. But every now and then, I have a very, very distinct memory of an argument or a point someone made, and then I go back and look for it, and did I just hallucinate that? That's one of a handful of things I remember from that book. The thing about the computer alone kind of gets the point across, but it still sounds like it could just be talking about sort of climate modeling and stuff, which would have also been a novelty at the point this was written. But the idea of a more public participatory version of this is something I very distinctly remember and now can't find.
Yeah, thinking about the initial article, it is a funny, if not maybe necessarily accurate assessment of the article that, the way in which nature becomes a primary object of worship is essentially the databasification of the entire world. Potentially.
Yeah. No, that's the argument. That is sort of the argument, the irony that and there are both good and bad. Reading that now and coming off of talking about Steiner and coming off of talking about I can very easily imagine a sort of parapolitics head paranoid reading of that passage and that version of the Green Movement, I could even imagine a very monocult, paranoid reading of the like the David Deese image where there's the robot guarding the national park, but that's precisely where I think the real sort of political content would lie in the structure by which this association is made, and there's nothing inherently positive or negative in this kind of alignment of the technological and biological non-human, even though there is absolutely danger, it also reminds me of Kim Stanley Robinson, if we're talking Kim Stanley Robinson, if we're talking sort of the Euro lineage of green politics, even though he's an American, Ministry for the Future, which I still have not finished, but got 3/4 of the way through, and at some point we'll have to write up my critique of, which is basically that it does not take fascism seriously, or just kind of brackets it as okay, here's how, if we just had a confrontation between sort of benevolent international power and blind corporate greed without ideology as such really getting in the way. And he does have these speculations that well, maybe we really need a new, maybe the only way we can get people to really stay within the within the bounds of the carrying capacity of the Earth would be a new religion, and maybe it should be an Earth Mother religion, which strikes me as something that, it's just going off received associations. It doesn't strike me as he's even being struck by the beauty of the goddess or anything. It's it just feels like a lack of imagination to go there and also not really develop it. But
I imagine it being much more, realistic to imagine a kind of big great father kind of rising. It's kind of fun.
Can't hear you very well, but
Okay.
It would be well, okay, there we go. You have to do multiple things. Okay. I think it would be much easier to imagine, realistically, a big great father religion, taking, kind of a rising, in order to kind of keep people in the bubble. Just because it would be more based off of fear of punishment rather than the kind of love of the cosmos or something.
Right. I mean, to be fair, you could very much have a fear-based, this is where when I'm talking about received associations.
No, not the mother can inspire fear. No,
Yeah.
no, of course the mother can inspire fear. It's a different kind of fear, though.
Yeah. True. I think what you're talking about is almost like what Colin Drum is kind of on now, where he's almost turned Andreas Malm's climate Leninism into we need to do climate Islam.
Yep. Now it's very underdeveloped, but I get what he's aiming at. It's I think this kind of judgment of kind of concerning the nature of evil and the basically the very very low time horizons of the average human, basically kind of lead him to kind of these kind of, I don't know, conclusions, where like kind of, you could say, post-liberal conclusions.
Renko,
where's
your spirituality fall on this loose map where sort of like illuminating square by square like in an adventure game?
Where does mine lie?
No, I was talking to Renko.
Oh, okay.
In relation to Moonlight Cantata, one of
mine?
these days I'll do a proper interview like we did for Down by the River. I think Moonlight Cantata would be the obvious
Oh god, that's terrifying.
candidate for that. Yeah? What?
That's terrifying.
Okay,
what
sorry.
did you ask about my spirituality?
Yeah, just where you position it on this like loose map where we're illuminating one square at a time like a adventure game, and just I'm trying to like nudge this towards a segue if there's anything you want to read, especially since it's later where you are than any of the rest of us.
It's 4 in the night, but I am a bit of a vampire, so it's okay. I would place. You were discussing these various forms of modern and future spirituality with related to an Earth Mother and a Great Machine. Where would I place?
And Steiner and the whole Western esoteric lineage and yeah.
Well, I am a Valentinianist, and
Right.
Most of my. Why? Oh God! Do you have a minute?
Oh, go ahead.
Most of my writings are unbelievably influenced by a veritable hodgepodge of Jung's spiritual writings, Christian theology. There's a lot of Islam in there, and there's a lot of 2nd century Gnosticism in there. How I arrived there and why this is my worldview has mostly been I am unbelievably interested in constructing a sort of semi-coherent metaphysical religious worldview that holds up under its own weight. And as far as I can see, this is not the goal of most theology. Most theology works backwards from a conclusion, tries to support that conclusion. So, yeah, I go through 15 philosophy and theology major papers every week. And by now, my personal philosophy and spirituality doesn't really resemble anything real in so much as it is a sort of 2025 cyberpunk neo-Valentinianism.
Honestly, that sounds very similar to what I do, and very similar to where I've ended up. You might like the Jesus Christ Shaman King fanfic I just recently finished that's an attempt at
I should tap in on that. I should tap into that, yes. Yeah, and this way of seeing the world influences a lot of my writing, of course. Both my English and my Dutch writings. There's obviously some touches of less sanitary stuff in my writing. I've frequently been accused by some attentive readers of being a little bit of a crypto-fascist, of course. Which I'm not, obviously, I think. But yeah, some Evola-esque ideas have, I suppose, found their way into some of my fiction.
Incidentally, as we talk about Shinny, I really need to. Have you ever stumbled across in your like reading academic papers on
I'm
this
getting
stuff?
really fucking. I am being fucking followed by a fucking car. This is really annoying.
Okay, sorry.
Like,
Have you ever stumbled across anything about the like Japanese occult boom of like the 90s?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The new religions and the associated like sects and cults, and of course the internet forum like urban legend stuff.
Yeah, I'm just like, because that's such a huge lineage in like light novels and visual novels and manga and stuff. And I wish I knew more of like which specific things were getting drawn on and synthesized in that, so I could like make sense of the combinations of cultural references and figure out which things are deliberate or not.
Well, you can. I don't know how broad your like consumption of this like genre of like Japanese media is, but you can draw a relatively broad circle around. I think the main things are you have this esoteric schizo posting type of thing, which is mostly the urban legend side of things, and you have the more organized religious side of things, which is the new religions, right? Which is all these strange, like the Moonies are a good example of like a new religion that got really big. But usually these things have like 45 members at most, a bit like the Westboro Baptist Church, but less. I don't know, less Nazi and more weird, hippie, and very financially exploitative often. And in these two cultural influences, you get like obviously Zun from Toho draws a lot of shit from this, like a lot. He's written a couple interviews about this as well, because he really does see this as just a continuation of like Japanese polytheistic like worldview, right? It's very interesting, really. You could almost compare them with mystery cults in the late Roman Empire. There's still a new religion, Scientologist band to it. And of course, you have like Zun drawing inspiration from the new religion side of things, and you have things like Other Side Picnic drawing inspiration from the urban legend side of things, and things like Ao Oni. I don't know if you know about that.
I don't know that actually.
It's like series of Japanese like RPG Maker horror games and found footage like jump scare media that just kind of blew up and became really big the last 20 years. So yeah, in the Japanese corner of things, you have these like influences there, and yeah, the term new religions, Japan, is probably a good term to start reading academic stuff about that. Though I suppose there's less Western academic stuff about it than there is Japanese, and not
there is more about the new religions, I think, than the like schizo posting side too, though, and that's where I'm guessing stuff like Fate Stay Night or like even Shaman King that will incorporate a lot of Western esotericism is sort of filtering it through.
Yeah, you have these like, you have to understand that this is a third angle that comes in here as well, which is the Western fantasy novel boom, the like reverse Orientalism that they were doing in the 90s for a bit, because one of the like big name things that came out of that is Shin Megami Tensei, of course, and later Dark Souls, which are both deeply rooted in this this boom you eventually had in Japan, where the like English language Western fantasy novels became extremely fucking popular for a bit. Is this like, wow, the esoteric Western mind is incomprehensible to us Japanese. What a bizarre culture influenced by their bizarre Christian religion. It's very funny to see like another first world country on the other side of the globe do like reverse Orientalism. It's really interesting. And of course, then you get all these things inspired by like Western pulp fantasy and stuff, which then in turn inspires new Japanese stuff, inspired by Japanese stuff, inspired by the Western, with the fascination with Western media from the late 80s, like, and the 90s. Which I find really interesting.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And, like, the Occidentalism thing is, I think, ironically, one of the things that kept me, like, as hard into weeb culture as I've been, like, even on the musical side of stuff, too, with, like, VK and stuff like Malice Misere, where I feel like if you read closely enough into the combinations of imagery and like there's this sort of implicit narrative or history or critique of the West from us, or like Utena, like also
yeah. Oh, Utena actually is really interesting. This is, of course, one of the ones that I have like super interested in, because there is a very specific point of inspiration you can draw to Utena that I think not a lot of people have figured out. There is a French animation that Ikuhara was present at its screening in France called Prince and Princesses, which is this series of highly stylized takes on what is a prince and what is a princess in a fairy tale. Which at times, art style wise, looks almost identical to Utena. When my historian, librarian, weirdo friend, I'm friends with the 70-year-old guy who runs a little Marxist library, right? When he put on Prince and Princesses, I was fell off my chair, because it's Utena. And then I started going, is there like a line of like inspiration here? And there is, because it is a show Ikuhara has seen. And he has previously like done like the French and French early modern period art, of course, that inspired a lot of Utena stuff. So that's actually really interesting there. No, I've only seen Prince and Princesses tangentially mentioned in relation to Utena, more as like isn't it called this French thing? Looks kind of the same. The original screening of Prince and Princesses is lost media. You can't find it anymore. There is a much later recut that they published on videotape and DVD that you can download.
Can you give me the Can you write that down for me so I can copy paste it into my notes for later?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm gonna also just put the Wikipedia in the, or no, not Wiki. What else was there here?
Yeah, here's the
it is on
2000.
Wiki,
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm very interested in it.
So yeah, the most recent version of that is from 2000, which is a compilation from a 1989 thing that only really screened in very limited. Where should I post this?
Oh, it's fine. Gabe already got it.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, sometimes I get a little anxious like with these things, because I'm like, oh god, I really am like sort of like a walking library for these weird hyperfixation things, and I'm like,
that's what like all of us here are. That's part of the whole
yeah, no, that's fair.
This place.
I've been like reading a book about like this is called it's just a gallery of pictorial poetry from the 16th century to the present. So no, it's all fucking nerds here.
Yeah, fair.
I'll be back in a minute.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I'm very, very glad to be then like surrounded by fellow knowers. Yeah, I've recently been. I've recently been going insane, but that's kind of par for the course, I guess, for me. It's really nice that I now have direct lines to interrogate a lot of the people whose art I really like, so I can like get them to spit out all their deepest, darkest secrets to me.
That is the goal.
Though apparently Yoshi Abe was mostly distressed by my "I have seen Haibara Renmei over 100 times" statement rather than endeared, but you know, he'll warm up to me.
I still need to watch that.
It's really interesting working with Konaka now because he's just really confused why people like Lane so much in the West.
I heard, duvet by Boa in a fucking, bookstore coffee shop today. The most obnoxiously middle-class, Canadian chain bookstore.
It's very funny because obviously Konaka is now working on Callan's Curse, one of my video games.
Holy shit! I didn't realize that.
Wow. I posted about that.
I may have missed it because I'm following too many people, but wow, congratulations. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, well, it's really interesting because I don't know. Konaka is really of the opinion that we have like a wow, holy shit, Konaka is working on our game. He's more of the wait, why do you guys want like a third-rate, washed-up writer with a tiny cult following? Because that's kind of how his Japanese following is.
Huh.
He's just been mostly being astonished by the amount of Western traction Lane has.
That's interesting. I'd almost wonder then, what fills its niche in Japan, or if its niche even exists in the same way. I'd be happy if Gun has more attention there, but I suspect that's also a tiny cult following.
Yeah. No, it's pretty interesting. Ram has recently been forcing me to watch all of Konaka's live action direction work, which is vanishingly niche and obscure, even in the more Western Konaka fandoms. And I have to say, it is astonishing. His adaptation of Shadow over Innsmouth is probably my favorite Shadow over Innsmouth adaptation I've ever seen.
Okay, that I'm gonna have to look into as well.
Yeah, he also wrote a couple of episodes for Princess Tutu, which is interesting because this relates to two of my other hyperfixations. Have you seen Princess Tutu, the Magical Girl show?
Yeah, no, I haven't, but I know of it.
I've seen part of it,
because,
although I gotta get back to it. I
the-
enjoyed what I saw, but I've
seen the first episode.
I am due for a rewatch, have seen through, I believe, to the finale.
It's interesting because the specifically one of the Konaka written episodes for Princess Tutu caused some brain rot in Jenna Moran and led to a massive influence on Chubo's marvelous wish granting engine.
Oh wow!
Which is endlessly fascinating to me. This is a little bit weird, but I'm a little bit of a cyber stalker of Miss Moran, her writings and tabletop design work, to the point that I have been writing essays about her and swapping these with my friend who does the same.
Another person I'd
I don't know,
love
this
to
is
have in here at some point.
Oh yeah.
I'm absolutely terrified of Moran. I don't want to talk to her.
Mm.
I think she'd be fine. It's just the question is, will you understand what she has to say? I don't know. Maybe I'm over gilding that. I'm saying this as someone who like was very much wanting to play Nobilis for a while and got to play exactly one session of the third edition of Nobilis.
Aw.
And even though I created like a character sheet for Chubos, have no idea what's going on in that game. None whatsoever.
I have a long-running Chubos and Nobilis group, which is slowly spiraled out into a basically like perpetual live action LARP, but half my friends have DID, and by now Nobilis has just rotted their brains away completely.
Oh.
So my girlfriend does shit like, "Can you please stop turning people into Nobilis fictives? Please, it's going a little far with your little cult." And I'm like, "No, you don't understand. It's a tabletop. It's roleplay. It's a tabletop game. It's not a cult. Please."
See, that makes me want to invite Miss Moran more because I want to know what she has to say and react to that knowledge of the bleed through.
Absolutely. See, that's absolutely terrified of. I don't really want to know what she has to think of that.
This actually
kind of scares me a little.
Talking about, it's like I didn't know what this was, so looking at it, and this week actually makes me want to know. Have you ever read Castle Waiting? It's like a
what?
graphic novel.
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, Linda.
Castle what?
Castle Waiting.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. No. Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is going on the list. No, I'm currently hunting down a copy of The Iron Dragon's Daughter, which is this esoteric alchemical shakedown of fantasy tropes by an author who seems to have a burning hatred of Tolkien.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would chalk this up as research, but I can't really keep writing down buying secondhand books as like company expenses or as like research. But...
Yeah. Oh, I actually might. I'll check how much it takes to. I have a copy, and I'll check how much it would take to send to like Amsterdam.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, recently just got some more stuff published in Dutch. It's very annoying, actually, whenever I get stuff published in Dutch, because all those weirdos then want me to commit to entire novels. Which I don't have the time for.
What kind of stuff are you publishing? Like, how does it compare with your English publishing?
Oh, geez. Well, my main Dutch short stories are about the French First Republic and are strange magical realist stories about folklore, comparative mythology, and symbology. And I don't think they compare at all to my like English writing most of the time.
Yeah,
well, Dutch is a different language. It's suited for very different purposes, I think.
Yeah, I do have to say that that your Dutch writing is fun to illustrate for. I definitely. My apologies for the time it took to do that illustration.
Oh, if you do have it, please send it because I need one by Monday.
Okay. I mean, I did. Oh yeah. I should have asked. I mean, there's that one that I sent, but I can do revisions and such.
Oh yeah, no, the deadline is still like a tiny bit off. I probably need it in a slightly more, what do you call it? higher file size because it's going to get crushed to hell by the printing press otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah, in English I've mostly been working on Moonlight Cantata recently. I did a short story that I almost vomited out onto the paper. I sometimes have these little bouts of almost possession or trance where I will just hammer out 4,000 or 5,000 words in 2 hours without talking to anyone around me.
Ooh.
Horizon and Annie, my girlfriends, they describe it as having a sort of a vacancy. There's nothing in my eyes. I'm just kind of like mechanically mashing away at the keyboard. But because I don't really remember typing these things out, I then have to like try and reverse engineer what the fuck was going on in my head.
Huh.
So yeah, I think I've sent you that Baroque. I've sent you the short mimetic horror kind of thingy. Weird. It's called short fiction. I think it's on the Far From Happy Things website.
I actually also
Would you
want
like
to
to read that?
I've also actually just realized
I'm
I've
definitely
never
not
asked
seeing any links to that in our DMs, but you could also read that if you want.
Oh. If you want me to, I'm very fond of it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I wrote this in a single sitting with no real. Should I post a link to it so people can read along as I'm reading it? Yeah, okay, I'll post it. Should I do that now then? If you want me to? Then someone else can read some of their stuff after because I don't want to be talking all evening.
All right.
All right, I'll post it in general because I can't post in.
Thanks.
So a little bit of background for people who don't know. Far From Happy Things is my blog where I've been writing my long-running postmodernist hellscape. Far From Happy Things is almost as long as Lord of the Rings by now, and I have no idea how to continue or finish it. I also have this other section where I sometimes, very rarely, there's only 7 non-Far From Happy Things stories on there, but like sometimes I upload these little other bits of fiction if I think they're good enough to like share with people, but not good enough to send to publishers. A while back, on May the 9th, I was overtaken by this bout of like trance-like writing, this word format where I typed out 4,200 words in slightly under 2 hours. The text as posted on Short Fiction is unedited. I haven't gone over that or changed or edited it, and I don't think I really needed to. I was just kind of happy with how it came out, and I still don't really understand what this is about myself. The benefits of being like a severely mentally ill schizophrenic. You get to psychoanalyze your own writing. If anyone has any questions, otherwise I'll just read it.
Yeah, go ahead. Just read it. We've been talking for so long.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's not you. That's we all do that.
Who are you? The figure had entered the confined space somehow. It was impossible to make out how. It was impossible to think of why. That's a very difficult question right now, the figure answered. I don't know where I am. Yeah, it does that to people. Can you explain? She asked. I can sit and talk with you for a bit. I think I would like that. The figure sat down next to her. Why am I here? Everyone wonders that. There are some academics who posit that that might be the first question ever asked, if not the first line of reasoning entirely. She shook her head. That doesn't mean anything to me. Where am I? You are in a space that has had all symbols removed. It is impossible to relate any one thing to any other thing inside of here. But that does not clear things up much. Why am I in such a place, and why are you? You are in such a place because the people in high places, the people who decide on all things, have said that it would be better. I am here to... Their voice trailed off, fell silent. She tried to nudge the figure to continue. It is hard to remember. I have to do tests, I think. Yes, I am here to do tests. Aha. There is another space around this space, which confines it in turn. That space has certain rules. Things must be tested. Tests must be documented. There are some other stranger rules, but I do not think they are very relevant, and I struggle to think of how they relate to each other. That's, of course, the trickery of this place. I see. If you leave, can I come with you? The figure shook their head. No. I am confined in this space sans symbols, which is in turn confined within a space where things are tested. Indeed, the figure answered her. There's almost something there, but I cannot see it. There has to be a reason I am confined? The figure murmured, but that's difficult to understand here, in this place. What is your name? Names are symbols. I can't remember. If I were to leave, would I have a name? I am not sure. I don't know if you are a thing with a name. She stayed silent for a while. Too long, maybe, because the figure left. Perhaps they were done testing. It was impossible to tell. After an indeterminate amount of time, the figure returned. Hello. How are you doing today? What is today? She asked. As for how I am doing it the same as last time. I just am. The figure laughed. Right. Subliteral meaning can get lost in translation. She nodded, as if she understood. Do you want to talk about anything? The figure asked her. I would like, I think, to talk about symbols? She hesitantly asks in return. The figure says. Is that bad? It's very curious. Why do you want to know about symbols? Because of what you said, that in here it is hard to relate things to each other. What does that mean? The figure laughed. When I say you know what I mean. I do not, she says, wondering as if she had missed some wordplay. I see, but you can understand the words we are speaking. The words have meanings, even if those meanings are confused and muddled by this sort of place we find ourselves in. Yes. Symbols are words or images or mental states or all the myriad things that can evoke each of such, which correspond to concepts. Some symbols relate to each other, making it so the concepts seem related. By arranging symbols and concepts, people tell stories. I see. In here, you cannot tell stories. At the very least, it is very hard to tell a coherent story, the figure says. Why am I in a space where people cannot tell stories? She asked, wondering if she had committed some heinous crime. The prospect of symbols and stories seemed wildly exciting. Because I think you are a danger to stories. A danger? Attached to you is a set of symbols that are considered harmful. Hurtful? More subtle, the figure answered. All stories take place in the same sort of mental space, an illusory space. Meaning can be expressed by pointing to specific coordinates in this sea of latent ideas. People draw meaning from stories and in turn tell their own. Am I from a story? She asked. The figure shook their head. I do not think you are from any one story. You are, or are attached to, a set of symbols that poisons stories, subverts them, turns their symbols into more of yours. If left unchecked, that would erase all meaning. Meaningless, she whispered. I am meaningless. That is a symbol, isn't it? The man stammers. Oh, this is very interesting. It probably also isn't good. I should inform my superiors. The man gets up and leaves the woman alone in the room. Time passes, but in absence of clocks or sun or moon or that hideous fourth thing, it is impossible to tell how much. When the man returns, he is smiling. Hello, how are you? I'm bored, she answers. I can imagine. Do you want to continue our discussion? We're very interested in what happened last time. Why is that? You seem to have damaged the asymbolic space a little. We would like to continue our conversation in a direction that might cause this to happen again. If we can understand how you damaged this space, we can figure out how to repair it, prevent it from happening again. So that you can keep me trapped forever. You are not trapped in here. You are kept secure, and you are protected. There are many that would do great harm to you. Because I poison all meaning. Yes, I see. Last time you expressed interest in symbols and stories. Do you want to continue that line of reasoning? Sure. Can you tell me a story? It would be very difficult. I can give you examples of stories, but I do not think they would mean much to you. Examples of stories, you say? Are there many different stories? There are many stories and many categories of stories. Humans do combine them, refine them, resolve paradoxes in their meaning, or derive new meaning from the contradiction. There's an infinite amount of stories. That sounds wonderful. It is. Tell me about stories then. Go on, she urges the man forward. Right. Perhaps I should start at the beginning. The first recorded story is about a king, the first king, the king of kings, and his name was Gilgamesh. Symbols, she says, without meaning. You tell me the story is about a king, but I do not know what that is. The man laughs. A king is a position of power. It too is a symbol, in a way, a symbol that makes one man rule over others. To rule, she says. To make others do as you please. I would like to be a king, she whispers. I bet you would, but a king is a man and you are a woman. You would be queen. Is there a difference in these symbols? Why are men and women separated? Do all symbols come in male and female? The man laughs. Some symbols do. They evolved over time. Some cultures consider it very important if one is a man or a woman. Other cultures, less so. If I were to call myself a king, despite being a woman, would the meaning of the symbol change? The man smiled. Slightly. It depends. It depends on the context and on who you are talking to. It is dizzying. You have not even told me the story yet, and already I am confused. The first king, the first man who ruled, was called Gilgamesh. He ruled over Ur in ancient Babylon. The first city. This too is interesting, because it was the first city. The name Ur now denotes the original, another symbol. The Ur berry would be the original berry, from which all other berries derive their meaning. There is such a berry? She asks, incredulous. I know not. Perhaps in some forgotten corner of the world such a berry grows? But it does not matter. Gilgamesh ruled Ur, but he was rowdy and a tyrant. The gods then convened and decided Gilgamesh ought to be tamed. The gods? The man says, smiling. How do you go about explaining what a god is to someone who until yesterday did not understand the meaning nor symbol? Well, I would not know, she answers. Yeah, gods are symbols. They are beings people believe in, but that do not exist materially. Of course, I only say as such because I am an atheist. Another symbol. An atheist denies gods are materially real. A Christian might believe his God is a real man who works great works from a hidden place in the sky. An atheist might say that this is not so, because he cannot see these works. As a symbologist, I reckon there is a middle way. It is the belief in the symbol of God that lets this symbol do his great works in this hidden place behind the sky. The symbolic space, she whispers, the meaning space. God is a point in this space? It is how I see the world, though not everyone would agree with me. This is contentious, then. Everything about symbols is contentious. People kill each other over symbols. She was quiet for a moment, paused. Would it not be better, then, she muttered, if there were no such things as symbols? I am starting to understand you a little, I think, the man says. He looks at her with striking green eyes. The woman must have eyes as well, she thinks. An outward appearance. She wonders what she looks like. What do I look like? She asks. The man smiles. I could not tell you. I see. The gods, then. The gods convene. All of them? Well, the man continues the story, just the ones that people believed in back then. The Babylonian deities, Enlil and Ea and Inanna and their brothers and sisters and their children. Gods can have children. All things reproduce, symbols as well as humans. I see. You say this was the first story, told about the first city. Where did it originate from? Ah, the man smiles. A great matter of debate. Where did that originate from? Ah, the man smiles. A great matter of debate. According to the Babylonians, there were originally two deities who originated ex nihilus, that is to say, from nothing. They were sweet water and salt water, she interrupts the man. Before the name of heaven, before the name of earth, nothing moved in nothing. The waters of the sea were salt. Chaos moved in them. Chaos was the mother of the waters. The man is so surprised as to almost jump up from his chair. You know, no, that is wrong. You know the story, but you are telling it wrong. I am sorry, the woman says, a tear forming under one of her silver eyes. It rolls down and into her mouth, and it is salt. I see, the man says, looking around the room. The space has been damaged again. The woman follows his gaze. Grey concrete walls, a steel reinforced door with an electronic lock, a small wire bed with a hard mattress. Prison. You have imprisoned me, she says. We've been over this. I did not know the meaning of it before. Yeah, the man says. The woman does not know what he means by it. The story, she says. It is best if we do not talk about Gilgamesh, I think, the man says cautiously, because I relate it to a symbol. That might be a bad thing. It is possible that if you relate to symbols, they will get entangled, mixed up, assimilated. And one day, there will be no symbols but me. Yes. I would be king then. I would be Gilgamesh, and hence you have imprisoned me. Maybe, the man admits. Another story then. It could be dangerous. I'm not sure by what mechanism you incorporate these symbols into yourself. Should you then talk to your superiors? The woman asks. Perhaps they will be interested. Perhaps they will urge you to talk to me more, so they can do their tests. An idea forms in her mind. She will manipulate the man. Perhaps they will never let you talk to me again, because I am dangerous, and this will be the last of our conversations. The man stammers. It is okay, she lies. They will repair the asymbolic space, and I will not mind being left alone for all eternity. A tear falls down her cheek. It does not need to roll into her mouth for her to know that it tastes sweet. And the man takes a deep breath. It is worth investigating if you respond to certain stories and symbols, if there is some pattern. Tell me two then, she suggests. One that has no relation, no meaning. One that is distant in the conceptual space, and one that is close to me. We will tread carefully. One with no meaning to you, the man says. He sits in silence for a while, lost in thought. When I was a child, I played a game where the moon threatened to fall on a town. That is bleak, the woman says. In what sense did you play this? With your friends? Ah, no, the man says, laughing. It was a video game, an electronic game. A screen that tells stories, creates the illusion you are somewhere else or someone else. In this game, you are a young man who has to traverse labyrinths so that he might awaken four giants. Then if the moon falls, the giants hold it up against the sky, saving the town. That is a very complex story, the woman says. That is the trickery of it, isn't it? Stories grow more complex over time. Symbols take on meaning over the generations. One story inspires more. Did this story inspire successors? Is the story of the cruel moon and its 3-day time limit one that now exists in the concept space? I wonder, the man says. Why do you call the moon a him? Many cultures associate feminine symbols to the moon. I think, And she does. She thinks back, and thinks of a boy on a boat full of cats. The boat soars through the sky, and he proclaims he is the moon. At one time, she thought him cute, brushed his hair, kissed him. The man asks. Is there a story of a boy who is the moon who soars through the sky on a ship full of cats? If there is, I've never heard of it, the man says. Perhaps it is a children's book. Is this story important to you? He asks. Then he scowls. Is this a story you have eaten, assimilated, made about yourself? I do not think it is a story. I think these are memories. And there are no such thing as ships that soar the sky. I have not heard of a boy who is the moon, nor do I know why he would be associated with cats. The story of the moon seems quite safe still, she says. I have not made it about myself, the man thinks. I think you have tried just now. I suspect you have. If I did, I didn't do it on purpose, she says. It is the truth. And if I did, and it failed, then that is useful information for you and your superiors, is it not? Yes, the man concedes. I want to know more stories. The moon captivates me. Talk to me about the moon. I will not, the man says. I am hesitant to try this experiment of giving you something to relate to. That is cruel, the woman says. Instead, then, tell me what gives you meaning. Where is it that you derive meaning from? The man makes a pained expression. We really should stop. I'm sorry, the woman says. Will you come back for me? I cannot promise you that, the man says, and he leaves. His white coat rustles as he hastily departs the room, slamming the security door shut behind him. Minutes pass, then hours. Days pass, and then the man returns. The last days have been torture, the woman says. I don't know what to say, the man solemnly answers. When I did not know the meaning of time, nor the meaning of imprisonment, I was not unhappy. Now I am, and now I long to see the moon and soar through the skies on a ship. I long to derive meaning from hearing about the King of Kings, Gilgamesh, and from talk of gods and fate. I am sorry. You could break our world if we let you roam free. How do I know this is true? She asks. How do I know you are not lying? It is a preposterous lie you are feeding me, that dangerous symbols haunt me, an excuse to keep me imprisoned and unhappy. I cannot prove or disprove that. Why have you come back? She asks. My superiors want to test more, collect more data. They want to see if you can derive new meaning from two stories and tangle them. I see. How would I go about that? I will tell you about two stories, two sets of symbols. You will try to derive meaning from both, and you will try to associate the respective symbols with each other. We will observe and see what happens. All right. I am glad, that you have come back, she says. And not just because I long for stories, she lies as she touches his hand. He pulls it back, as if she were a venomous snake. The first set of symbols is from a popular set of fantasy novels. I have brought you the books, as well as artworks relating to them. He has indeed. Next to him is a bag of things, beautiful things that are from an endless world that exists outside her prison cell. They are stories of successions and lineages of kings and wars to determine who will rule. You might relate to them, the man says, because a major character bears some likeness to you. How? She asks. She longs to rule, despite it only being given to men to rule in her culture. She has long white hair, like yours. Perhaps you find her relatable. He hands the woman pictures. Some are lifelike, light, trapped forever in celluloid. Others are paint and canvas. There is no meaningful difference between the two mediums. They are symbols of symbols both. I see, she says, going through her hair with her hand. She has waist-long silver hair. She had forgotten, or perhaps she could not tell. Her hair, she reasons, might be a symbol. My hair was obscured from me, she says. The asymbolic space hid it from me. Why is that? Perhaps it is something you derive meaning from, a symbol important to you, the man says. What do you think of the pictures? Do you want to read the books, perhaps? I do not need to, she says. I already understand. She has long white hair, because she is Tiamat. She is the dragon. She is saltwater, and she destroys. Logically, then, she is opposed by Sweetwater, who opposes her, who preserves. Hey, the man says. Take it slowly. Is that new meaning you derive from this story? Or is that a connection or pattern you have discovered by relating to something you already knew? Is there a difference between those? Tiamat has long white hair, he asks her. Why do you relate Tiamat to this woman? She doesn't? The woman asks. I do not think there are surviving portrayals of Tiamat. You relate yourself to Tiamat, then. Is that a symbol you have co-opted? I am Tiamat? She asks the man, confused. No, the man says. You are not. Ah, the woman says. She starts to cry and cannot bring herself to stop. Do you want me to give you some time and space? If I have inadvertently hurt you, I am sorry. No, she says. She bites her lip and bids herself to stop crying. I want to continue the test. Ah, the man says. I will give you a second story, another set of symbols. And then I am to derive new meaning by associating them with each other, she says. Yes. Here is a novella about girls who relate to the moon, girls with long white hair. The moon is a harsh mistress, she reads the title out loud as the man hands her the book. Is she a bad mother? She asks. That can't be right. That is not the title of that work, he says. He takes the book from her and stares at it in confusion. Maybe it is then? I'm a little confused. Sorry. Why are you so preoccupied with my hair? She asks the man. He looks at the floor, an admission of guilt. My hair is a symbol of something. We suspect, he mutters, we suspect that before your imprisonment you've been assimilating stories into yourself, making them about yourself through some unknown mechanism. Or perhaps you've changed them somehow, or what? Or they were always downstream from you, he whispers. Symbols relating to older symbols, springing from an earth symbol. Saltwater, mother of chaos, she says. The man nods. She plays with her waist-long silver hair. Then you are trying to catch me in the act of something, and catch me in the act of this narrative assimilation. The man nods. So that when you understand me, you can control me, so that I can be contained and secured for all eternity. It is not like that, the man says. He refuses to look her in the eyes. The asymbolic space is breaking down, she says. The slightest push, and I might escape. I would walk the world, and I would listen to stories and tell my own. I would ride a dragon, and I would kiss a boy who is the moon. I would have two shadows, child of the moon, the dragon, saltwater, trickster, destroyer. That is enough, the man says. This is why you are confined. If left to your own devices, you would consume these stories and make them about yourself. You would find common elements in these stories with other stories, and your influence would spread. In the end, there would be nothing left but you. In the beginning, she says, before the names of heaven and before the names of earth, there was nothing that moved in nothing. There was saltwater, and there was chaos, the mother of all. You are not Tiamat, the man says. That is a story you have eaten, made about yourself. The world is lesser now. There are less things in it, less meaning. Who am I then? She demands. Give me back my name. No, the man says as he shakes his head. But why? She asks, crying. It is unbecoming of you to cry. I've been here before, haven't I? She asks. What do you mean, imprisoned? We have not imprisoned you before. If you have been imprisoned in the past, I have no doubt it was for the same reason you are imprisoned now. Ah, she says. I see. Yeah. I will escape then? I will leave, and we will repair the asymbolic space. There won't be any reason for you to escape. There won't be any meaning to it. She sniffles and stares at the man. He looks away, uncomfortable under her gaze. You have hidden something from me, she says. You have hidden things from me. Have I? He asks. The asymbolic space is contained within another space. This other space, it is contained inside the symbolic space, is it not? You have trapped me inside a void, inside a story. He says, but she interrupts me. Things must be contained. Things must be tested. There are other rules, she said. Stranger rules, silly rules, narrative rules, she says. I think you have hidden from me. Things must escape. How did you do that? The man says, stumbling backwards. He is afraid. There are rules, all the rules that you have forgotten, she says. No, he says. Containment breach, he screams as he runs for the door and presses a button on the electronic lock. Alarms flare to life.
I've read it before, but I like this story.
You did an SCP for the White Goddess. That's incredible.
Yeah, this
Did I?
is kind of an SCP story. Kind of like it,
Yeah.
but more abstract.
Yeah, no. I was getting nostalgic about my middle school and high school days reading SCP things.
Yeah, it's a bit SCP, isn't it? Of course, I did say secure and protect like 4
And
times.
contain at one point.
Yeah. Yeah, it is SCP. But of course, with like its symbols and its meaning stripped.
Yeah. And also, how much of the stuff converging with Moonlight Cantata too?
Yeah, Two Shadows.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah, no, I'm quite fond of it too. I'm not entirely sure what to make of it, and reactions to it have been very varied. A couple of my friends really love it. Some of my friends think it's kind of, I don't know, they didn't see anything in it. A lot of people have wildly different interpretations about what they think it means, which I also find interesting. One guy on Twitter seemed to be convinced this was about Elon Musk.
What? How?
That's a hell of a swerve.
Another person thought this was about forced feminization, which I think says more
Incredible.
about the person reading it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell?
That is certainly a reading.
Another thing that actually now that I feel like we're back on me like hallucinating memories of like things in the like bits of writing in the muse poetry tradition. In Robert Graves' 7 Days on New Crete, which is his also like extremely underrated like isekai in the sense of it's like a person taken forward to the future utopian sci-fi novel. If anyone wants to go down a like rabbit hole, find this book somewhere. Because it's the closest thing to what he imagined like a sort of return of the goddess society would look like. And like there's this one bit in its future chronology that I misremembered for a long time. It had something to do with like scientists having these visions of the goddess and sort of going mad, and we dovetail with the Ted Hughes computer thing. But for some reason I remembered it as being like as essentially like predicting the like trans programmer thing.
That is curious.
Has anyone here seen the movie Ex Machina?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, I have.
Okay. I did kind of think of that movie where the the AI, the robot in that movie, who kind of like forcibly kind of takes on a kind of like love interest role, only to, go girl boss mode and, not do that anymore. Um, it's what they are is like very undetermined in the beginning, and you kind of see through imperfect information, like them becoming more determined, like more more certain of who they are, until the end. I guess it was kind of like that.
Yeah, that's slow, like filling in of like who am I and what am I in relation to someone else.
Exactly.
Actually,
Yeah.
now that I think about it, I could see how someone could conceivably do a like transgender force femme reading of it. However, I think that's like a kind of boring like reading of it rather than one, because it's I mean, the force femme like short like erotic story is obviously always is about
Big
like
thing.
this well, I mean, it's about like becoming authentic self or something like that via outside force. Obviously, fucking I would need to like actually do research, but I'm guessing real like solid like like the real first solid examples probably were in the 80s and 90s by repressing trans women. But I think it's obvious. But I think it's still. I know it's still a example of a story of discovery of self in a way that is kind of a panic and distress. So I can see how someone could do that reading. However, the becoming authentic self and panic and distress is a very broad like plot line. So
yeah, it's also given I'm like currently like I'm friends with someone who's still working on a like sort of critique of a lot of popular force femme literature, particularly the Dorley series. It strikes me as an interesting interpretation of the concept if you read it that way, that like the outside force is very much, if it is trying to like induce the feminine identity, it's like doing so by like reverse psychology rather than by direct coercion, by like trying to just sort of like
it's doing so really
you
badly.
around through symbols to finding it out yourself.
Yes.
Which
Yes. I have actually seen that used very rarely, but I know what you mean. It's not the same.
But there is also this phenomenon where, like, I do notice a lot of the time, we were talking about even something like Utana, where, like, stories that have very, very obviously metaphysical stakes, people will, like, bend over backwards to find, like, a non-metaphysical thing for them to be
Materialist
about.
stake, yeah.
Oh yeah. I think you brought up an example of that recently. Wait.
I mean, it's like one thing if you're being a sort of like principled Marxist materialist or something and being like, well, obviously there is this mystical content, but that's idealist. What does that represent immaterial reality and do a reading like that, but what's always interesting to me is when it doesn't even really occur as a reading. It's like it's being filtered, like some sort of symbolic neutralizing mechanism out of this.
Yeah, that feels a bit
I know
like
a couple of people like that. I find them very annoying.
Yeah, that seems like an epistemological version of the article that we've been kind of debating about, wherein, like, basically there seems to be this tendency in some people of reading where they just kind of, like, almost create by vibes of what a given story is, and then just kind of plow forward without ever recontextualizing what it is they're reading. That, but on like an epistemological level in relation to anything that might scan as quote unquote pretentious or anything like that, which metaphysics oftentimes is slotted into. Hence, a lot of the cultural reception around like the later Final Fantasies is like, even though they're going for like metaphysical opera, like soap opera kind of stuff, which admittedly is maybe a less, I don't know, rigorous take on metaphysics, for instance. The second there's anything that even smacks of metaphysics, they immediately get slotted into, quote, anime bullshit, right? So it's kind of that towards the whole epistemic approach, it seems.
What does it? Wait, but what did they slot it into? I heard. I didn't hear the first word.
So, for instance, like, you know how, like, for instance, like Final Fantasy VIII is the example that I has most recently become with. Like the whole thing about like, okay, there's a sorceress on the moon and this whole end goal of the final antagonist of enacting this thing called time compression, which is somewhat vaguely defined, but is kind of like understood very much in what the name describes, which is this collapse of time and space into a singular point. But any sort of attempt at getting at this sort of vague or metaphysical concept is immediately dismissed as just kind of like vague, unintelligible gibberish. And thus, that sort of thing, especially when put in aesthetics of like JRPGs and things like that, is often dismissed as things like anime bullshit or what have you.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't hear the anime part of the anime bullshit.
Gotcha.
The converse of this also is that, like, I feel like there's a lot of stuff in Western, like, fiction now that sort of tries to use the aesthetics of religion, but is sort of almost unused to the sense of what spiritual or metaphysical states feel like.
Oh god,
So I find this very interesting to think about in the context of Star Wars. Because Star Wars fans, and by extension later Star Wars Expanded Universe authors, have a seemingly baked-in desire to scrub any and all layers of themes out of the stuff they are a fan of. To the point that Star Wars Episode 6 is not the movie that it was when it released, even though the movie itself has not been altered. When Star Wars Episode 6 released, it existed in an environment where a wide variety of readings of the movie were possible, whereas now these have been effectively decanonized and at times forcibly retconned out of existence. There is a very clear, to me at least, reading of Star Wars Episode 6 that Luke is at the beginning struggling with the dark side. Him showing up in black robes and even using an evil power, a force choke on the Gamorrean guards, and most of the movie is this conflict within Luke, between light and dark, and at the end when he rejects violence and throws away the lightsaber, he defeats this conflict. He steps away from the dark. He is one. And this reading is, like, literally speaking, wrong. This is false. This is not, as later authors have decided, what Star Wars Episode 6 is about. This is not the case. Luke is wearing black robes. because those are a traditional diplomat thing for the Jedi. That's because he's going to negotiate with Jabba. Later authors have added this. He is not force choking the Gamorrean guards. He is using a different trick, which is light side. Luke is a good guy. He has always been a good guy. He is pure. There is no struggle. There is no conflict. And this is not an interpretation. This is factual at this point. You can open Wikipedia about legends and canon, and so there's this impulse, this desire to scrub out these like thematic or symbolic reasons with more wiki entries in this almost theological work. It's almost a Catholic discussion of complex Bible books to reduce them to something that fits more neatly into the already established idea of what is and is not so about a story. I find this endlessly compelling, but of course it is impossible to argue with Star Wars fans about this.
Oh wow, this is actually really fitting. I
think
I'm going to share later. Well, you can go first.
Oh, I was saying, I think I know. Like, in all my years of like internet using, I think I've only found like one person, other than you, that would actually like be able to talk about this in having actual good thoughts about like Star Wars. And I know it's very interesting that Star Wars is a very Gen X work, I think, in that most of the fans are like just absolutely like fucking hopped up on nostalgia, but in this like very in a way that's like very destructive to anything. And it's that it's like it's trying to find a mathematical formula to wonderment and joy and like the sublime.
Yeah, it's
in order to mass produce.
It's a marketable version.
Yeah.
I thought about some discussion I read someone having with Sam Lake a while back. Have you played Control?
I have not, but I'm like familiar enough with it.
So in Control, you play in this knockoff SCP Foundation, right? You are this group of people who collect anomalies and they stuff them in boxes. And they write down what they are and they file this in filing cabinets. And this, as it turns out, is a job that this knockoff SCP Foundation has been given by Archons, like Gnostic Archons, the jailers of reality. Because mankind has a unique ability in Control to take something that is magical, mysterious, and impossible to understand, and write a neat file about what exactly it is and isn't, and then stack that file in a filing cabinet, and then it is no longer magic. It has been killed. It has been made impotent. This is a direct reaction to what the main writer-director saw as like a failing of the SCP community, turning wonderment and amazement into a series of, very formulaic lists, things to check off. Well, checks off this third thing. This is like magical. It is well understood, it is well defined, it relates to 15 million other articles, it contains a little bit of the Rat King and a little bit of the indestructible reptile. Yes, this is a good document. And I find this very interesting. There is this sort of impulse in fan spaces, and now in these meta fan spaces, which are only really wikis, because that's, I guess, what the SCP Foundation is, right? It is a wiki of something that doesn't really exist. It's wiki as storytelling. And you see the same with the backrooms. You see this wiki as storytelling thing that slowly warps some unknown, some mystery. Oh, what if there was a mysterious place that you couldn't understand? Into an endlessly detailed list of well-defined things. You have this fandom impulse to understand what every word and every name means. This, almost belief that people aren't writing these stories to convey messages, but that they are simply windows into other worlds that have to be categorized categorized, cataloged, put onto lists, and those lists filed away in filing cabinets. And I don't know, I think about this a lot.
Dark.
Oh, actually,
I think this would be a
speaking of the
good-
SCP,
Yeah.
there is
I did.
Oh, never. You go.
This always happens. Keep going.
Yes. Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's very telling. It's actually it's a great coincidence this was brought up. Because of what I wanted to share tonight, was actually one of these.
Wait, are you still talking? I can't hear you. Okay, wait, is this my audio?
It's not you.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, he's not coming from me either.
Yeah.
He's been stuck in the filing cabinet, I'm afraid.
Shit.
On this division in interpretation within it. It was a great coincidence this was brought up. But yeah, no, we'll get to that when we get to that.
You cut it out for like a solid minute.
I did.
Yeah, you basically cut into something about a void.
Oh my goodness. Can you hear me straight now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did have trouble hearing you guys like about like 20 minutes ago. Maybe it's just bad connection where I am. But yeah, what I was saying was like I had made a quasi autobiographical, I guess, snippet on like the day I watched the third episode during its re-release period. And yes, this is touched in there. This hard dividing line of like what it means to interpret like these like big blockbusters, and how it's kind of been definitively decided what that is. Right? Like Star Wars belongs to like the fans, and it's going to belong to the fans until it like it's no longer, a thing. And by fans I mean the hyper fans. I'm not talking about
The wiki filers.
exactly.
The catalogers.
The catalogers. So yeah, that's going to be touched on in there. It's I think it's different. This kind of these differences with engaging with art are like I don't think they reduce to just me a kind of like they don't reduce to simple like cultural clashes, I think. And yeah, and you touched on this. It's like different ways of processing like information, basically, and it's very interesting.
Oh wait, I have two very short thoughts to add. First of all, like, first of all, being about travel literature and encyclopedias, and then saying about SCPs and like backroom store stuff, done well-ish. But one of the first things I think it's also that just I don't know how to. I'm sure someone else can connect this better to the conversation. But in 18th century, there were travel literature and like encyclopedias were like a big thing. like in like deciding how like influencing like philosophical discussions, conceptions of the world, and just like as entertainment. And this will obviously tied into like encyclopedias. And I just think it is interesting to see the like how, you know, like, I mean, Daniel, like if you look at like Daniel Defoe, that is he was ultimately like a fireplace like traveler. He didn't, you know, he was just good at synthesizing and like understanding the genre of travel literature. You know, if you count like Daniel Defoe as like kind of the startish as like English novelism or whatever, I think it's just like a very interesting to see this entire progression of like fiction alongside like information, you know, categorization structures, like even up to now, that like with you know, with the wiki, with the wiki form of like, it's also like a wiki conception of the of like fictional worlds. And also I think there is like let me look at his name again. There is there's a little series called on YouTube called Zoolimnology, which I think is very interesting, like kind of like take on backrooms and SCPs via still expressing this like kid-like wonderment, because like the entire organization in this is not like, it's just some people that are like doing dress up. So that's two random thoughts that connected to the conversation.
I was thinking this might also segue well into, because I've been working on my, now that I'm done with my Hollow House and Jesus Christ Shaman King and a bunch of other projects, I've been kind of back to work on my actual PhD thesis I'm supposed to be finishing, which is entirely about, like, it's called literally The Conquest of Fantasy, and it's entirely about, like, this process as it applies, like, as sort of rational fic, but also a bunch of other adjacent web fiction genres are explicitly structured around it. And the interesting thing I find, like, I keep finding more of them. Like, I can't even, like, I was originally just going to do, like, rational fic and isekai and xianxia, and I only sort of recently, in the process of working on this, learned how big, like, lit RPG has become recently, and now I go to the same aforementioned shitty middle-class bookstore and I see Dungeon Crawler Carl books on display, and I go on YouTube, I get a fucking AI-generated ad for My Vampire System, which, like, I briefly talk about system novels in here, but, like, I picked the right time to be writing this, because there is a whole, like, almost reformulation of the entire genre of fantasy, like, not just where this is happening to existing stories, like with Star Wars and shit, or even, like, the way somebody like Brandon Sanderson works, although I'll squeeze in a section about that if I can manage, but, like, where genres are being reimagined from the ground up in these terms, and almost sort of eliminating the premise of, like, representing something else than these systems. And, like, ironically, in some ways, like, that at least opens them up to play with the systems in ways that are less completely generic and that can maybe at times open back onto, like, the metaphysical stakes of systematization itself as such. Like, most of it's slop, but, like, that's at least sort of the... And I'm also arguing that it represents something, especially insofar as this is happening way more in serial formats than anywhere else, that there's something analogous to the development of novelistic realism happening here. Like how the realist novel, which originated in serial formats in early modernity in the transition to capitalism, conceptualized itself as a sort of critique of romance and an attempt to make these earlier literary forms compatible with, like, the modern worldview and modern epistemology. That's the broad argument of this whole thing, and I think, like, the best developed recent chapter, and I might have to cut a whole bunch of this because it also goes off on a tangent about, like, Nick Land and stuff that they might not want it, my committee might not want in there. So I also kind of want to just preserve this version in some... to some posterity, is the one about Xianxia, which is the Chinese, like, cultivation, like, web serial genre. I have a, like, secondary, like, case study of this on 40 Millenniums of Cultivation, but that one's shakier because I haven't finished reading it because it's like 3,000 chapters. The word Xianxia is somewhat more problematic to translate. The suffix Xia, which it shares with the more famous Wuxia, feel free to anybody who, like, if anything I have in here is wrong, anybody feel free to correct me on this. Martial arts fiction practically contains the genre in itself. At base, according to Petrus Liu, the Chinese martial arts novel shifts the arbiter of justice from the state to a special group of martial arts masters idiomatically termed Xia, which is rendered with a bewildering battery of infelicitous English equivalents, this is a quote, that could be either a person or a value. The knight-errant, swordsman, kung fu master, chivalry, honor, gallantry, and others. Xia in Chinese is both the person, knight-errant, and the moral burden, chivalry, that accompanies the use of martial arts as an instrument of ethical violence, end quote, from Petrus Liu. Wu is the martial nature of these ambiguous heroes. The compound was borrowed from Japan into modern Chinese, according to Zhang Geini. Xian, on the other hand, is an equally complex term from Taoist alchemy, from Taoism usually translated as immortals. It's broader than the alchemy, I'll change that. From Taoism usually translated as immortals, but which, quote, Robert Campany has suggested that we translate as transcendence ascendance because Xianhood was perceived as consisting of distinct levels and not a once and for all immortality. These levels can include paranormal powers, ascension to some higher stages of existence, and in some cases a post in the celestial bureaucracy, which are achieved primarily by, quote, the cultivation of the human body to nurture it, strengthen its energies, and integrate the perfected body to the natural cosmic environment. Xianren or Xian, as opposed to Fanren, common persons, are essentially gods or divine entities that live in the heavens or in some other realm separated from common mortals, but ones who ascend to this condition from a state of human or otherwise biological life through their own efforts. Another term often used interchangeably for this process of ascension itself is Zhuzhen, the character Zhen meaning authenticity or perfection, which refers to the alchemical transformation of the mortal body through breathing exercises, meditation, and an entire range of practices aimed at purging the body of imperfections and reintegrating it into the primordial Tao. One of the most famous historical texts on Taoist internal alchemy is called the Zhuzhen Tu, Map of Zhuzhen. Zhu is perhaps the most extraordinarily rich of the concepts orbiting the genre. Cultivation has become standardized as its Western translation in a genre context, but this is only one possible reading of its verb form. In its even more common everyday usage as an adjective, it can mean beautiful, elegant, or refined. As a verb, it can mean accordingly to decorate, embellish, or refine, but also to build, repair, write, revise, or study. This latter educational sense is the root of cultivation. Its biological connotations in English appear mostly fortuitous. When Yudkowsky searches for a Chinese equivalent of techne, it is remarkable that he does not light upon Zhu. Hui primarily focuses in his book, The Question Concerning Technology in China, on the analogical or dialectical relationship between Dao and Qi, which in its modern sense means tool, utensil, or more generally technical object. In its more ancient Taoist sense, Qi, written Qi, might be pronouncing it wrong because I'm distinguishing it from the CHI, means form or container, the principle through which the 10,000 beings emerge from the Tao. Qi is occasionally simply identified with its homophone, though represented with a different character, Qi, CHI. The word literally means gas, but is often translated as energy, which for Zhuangzi is the form the presence of Tao in being takes. Qi is also the form typically harnessed by cultivators in Zhujian fantasy, xianxia, and even conventional wuxia stories. While there is an apparent contradiction between Qi as the instrumentalized container of Tao and Qi as the gaseous primordial essence contained by living bodies, which was not resolved even up to the time of Mo Zongsan, 1909 to 1995, according to Hui, the modern concept of energy does a good job of synthesizing it as the closest thing in scientific discourse to pure instrumentality, the capacity to do work. Thermodynamic energy is abstract labor power generalized beyond the biological form, and accordingly cultivators in Xianxia become video game avatars who must accumulate qi energy, quantifiable like points or coins, to level up. Furthermore, Ni notes that another narrative convention adopted by Zhujian novels is their fascination with another qi, not the qi energy to be refined in inner alchemy, but the qi material tools used in outer alchemy, in the form of magical items which can themselves be refined and made more powerful. The refinement of Ti, physical bodies, and Qi, magical objects, works on the Qi energy condensed in these bodies and objects. Zhang Ni prefers the historically and religiously attested term Zhujian over Xianxia or Zhuxian to refer to the literary genre. Jeremy Deathblade Bai, translator of I Shall Seal the Heavens and other major Xianxia titles, gives at least 5 other variants translated as cultivation within the novels themselves, including Zhuxing, a historical term for Taoist asceticism, Zhuxian, cultivation of the body, and Zhuxin, cultivation of the heart, but emphasizes choice to translate it as immortality cultivation rather than cultivating perfection or cultivating transcendence, reflecting what Ni argues is an increasingly secular and materialist interpretation of the concept. But as Bai points out, Xian are not necessarily literally immortal, though immortal is the most common English translation of the term dating back to its proper religious usage, e.g. the 7 immortals. After all, the Xian of Xianxia spend much of their time killing and being killed by each other, and occasionally even die of old age. Xin Kai Wang, one of Ni's major sources, uses superhuman self-perfection for stories where the characters strive to become immortal through exercising Taoism, Buddhism, or similar techniques. It is not clear exactly which Chinese term this long-winded but descriptively lucid formula translates, but it appears to be derived from Qidian, that's one of the web novel platforms' internal genre categorization system, where as early as 2004-2008 it's featured as the top genre. Nonetheless, long life, or possibly even eternal life, is a standard part of the package of Xianhood as an instrumental convergence of cultivation practice that reveals underlying commonalities with other rationalizing fictions. Ni's choice not to emphasize perfection is consistent not only with the genre's distancing from normative religious concepts, but the difficulty of fixing a final perfect state. As the Reddit user Hilm Think Twice puts it on our progression fantasy, video games don't end at the end game. They end in new NG+, new game. if you read a novel the main character actually reaches immortality, you'll usually find that they ascend to a higher realm where they can show how amazing they are to people that are infinitely more powerful and older than every other character they've met, but who are somehow mostly the same. Additional levels of cultivation can be added more or less as the hyper-seriality of the novel genre requires. The important thing is that there are levels. In classic Western fantasy novels, writes By, you won't find the main characters saying things like, I'm level 1, or I'm about to reach the nascent soul level, though you will in Western progression fantasy and lit RPG, which cross over at least as much in audience and conceptualization with Xianxia as with isekai. But in Xianxia and Zhuangguan, that's precisely how things work. The specific power levels, skills, and abilities associated with each level are often stated plainly. And when moving from one level to the next, new skills and abilities generally just pop into use immediately, similar to the way they do when playing a video game. From By. These levels will have stylized names inspired by pre-modern magical concepts, with some relatively consistent throughout the genre, such as the difficult-to-translate nascent soul stage, a key milestone on the way to Xianhood where one's immortal spiritual body takes on the form of a semi-independent ghostly infant. But the exact number and sequence of levels will vary from one story to the next as a feature of its distinct system. Regardless of specifics, the emphasis on cultivation levels transforms the process of spiritual self-perfection into a number of theoretically indefinite quantitative vectors, such as longevity and destructive power. As they become stronger, they can destroy trees, then they can destroy mountains, and then they can destroy cities or continents or planets or solar systems. They can be concretized into levels can be concretized into a mathematical sublime and descriptions of sizes and distances that seem to be entirely beyond anything realistic. Take planet South Heaven, which is the setting for much of the earlier parts of I Shall Seal the Heavens. Using the most conservative estimate, the planet would be 5 times as large as the Sun in our solar system, quote from By, or the 300,000-meter-long heaven-span battleship in A Will Eternal. This quote's from the novel. 2 more battleships could be seen further back in the river, one of them 210,000 meters long, the other 90,000 meters. The bundled quantitative imperatives of cultivation could be compared to Bostrom or Omohundro's basic drives of self-improving AI. While rationality is rarely explicitly thematized, cognitive enhancement can be another benefit of Xianhood. Rank 9, the Venerables in Reverend Insanity have multiple brains playing 5D chess across space-time with each other, and resource acquisition is a key point on which many stories turn. In 40 Millenniums of Cultivation, next chapter, cultivators can wield the strength hundreds of times larger than that of ordinary people, but have to absorb hundreds of times more food and energy too. Zhang Yi observes that Zhuzhen fantasy has transformed qi energy into a fossil-like energy stored in the precious Lingxi, numinous stones, that are mined by the cultivation world, always already organized into sects, associations, and empires, and cut into regular pieces to power the making of medicine, talismans, magical objects, and paranormal bodies. Numinous stones also serve as the currency of the cultivation world. Cultivation fantasy, then, can be read as asking what happens when humans in physical and eventually transphysical bodies undergo the same forms of recursive self-improvement that even transhumanism has increasingly ceded to AI. At the highest scales, as for terrestrial aspirations and stories like Ra, the mystical dimensions of the concepts become unavoidable again, and the stories usually end up very cosmic in nature. For instance, in A Will Eternal, the protagonist reaches a stage where he meditates for 100,000 years while taking part in the cycle of creation as a nearly impersonal entity. The life force within him, quote, formed into seeds that began to drift out of him and fly towards the 1,080,000 worlds. He would not rise to his feet again, but instead would stay there guarding the spot where his home had vanished. However, his eyes filled the starry sky, and if he wanted, he could appear anywhere. Yet goal content integrity, as we will see, is so well preserved that Western readers often object that characters in Chinese fantasy novels who live for an extremely long time, such as hundreds, thousands, millions, or even billions of years, act like teenagers. Quote from Bai. This is one of the common rationality critiques that might seem to conflict with my characterization of Xianxia as a rationalizing fiction, but as Bai points out, it appeals to a value rationality that may even be culturally relative. In many cases, the immature behavior of the characters would be considered immature in China, another quote from Bai, and if one's instrumental power is so overwhelming as to make conflict irrelevant, using cosmic power to optimize for lower-order values such as status, sex, or retribution is no less rational than optimizing for paperclip production. Xianxia is often conflated with the more familiar genre of wuxia. Back when nobody really understood what the genres were, one of the most popular translation sites was called Wuxia World. A relationship which can be clarified by applying the substrate protocol model of rationalizing fiction. Shushan Jianxia Zhuan, literally Sword Xia of the Shu Mountains, was serialized from 1932 to 1948 and is considered by fans such as blogger and translator Lone Crane the forefather of modern Xianxia cultivation novel. It features miraculous drugs, sword kinesis, and battles between mythical beasts and heretic cultivators trying to cheat their way to a faster transcendence. In short, pretty much all of the elements one normally sees in the typical Xianxia cultivation web novel. Indeed, it is said to represent an older, more romantic strand of the genre, which lost favor in the 1960s-70s when wuxia was at its height, e.g. Jin Yong, and turned to a more grounded approach with martial arts based more on real martial arts concepts such as meridians, internal force, etc., quote from Lone Crane. Thus, while in Western fandom Xianxia is sometimes called, including by Bai, the high fantasy version of wuxia, most of its magical elements have precedence in wuxia. That Xianxia has more of them, I would argue, is not so much its qualitative distinction as a genre as an outcome of its general quantitative orientation. Rather than being a mysterious exception to reality, magic at the scales it occurs on in Xianxia must take on the high fantasy characteristics of a known feature of the world, even familiar to the Fanran who live under the thumb of omnipotent and capricious cultivators, to function as a protocological system. Furthermore, both the old and new styles of wuxia incorporate the Confucian virtue of humaneness and the chivalrous Ya archetype, whereas more often than not, amoral competition is preferred over moral edification in contemporary web-based Zuzhen novels. From me. The analogies between wuxia and the classical case of Western chivalric romance in its substrate relation to the not-realist novel are as striking here as the differences. While influenced by medieval, the periodization does not break down the same way in China. It is hard to tell if Lukács would consider these romance or epic, texts such as the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West. Wuxia is nonetheless primarily a modern form, and one whose original medium is the serialized novel. Jin Yong's novels were originally serialized in Hong Kong's newspapers before appearing in book form, and exemplified Benedict Anderson's theory of print capitalism, the ability of serialized fiction to create sentiments of diasporic nationalism. Wuxia could even be as hyper-serial as contemporary web serial novels. Shu Mountains ran for about 5 million words, about the same length as I Shall Seal the Heavens. But while the knights of King Arthur and Charlemagne, and even epic heroes like Achilles, still served their versions of the state, the martial arts novel invents scenes of stateless subjects to explain the constitutive sociality of the self. For the 20th century wuxia novel, this stateless subject was a utopian hypothetical figure, an ethical alterity constituted by and dependent on its responsibilities to other human beings, which through the recognition of this mutual interdependence, rather than the formal and positive laws of the state, manages to preserve itself despite rampant inequalities in privilege, rank, and status. Quote from Yu, whose primary ideological conversation partner was nationalism. In Xianxia, on the other hand, which wrestles with an actually existing neoliberalism beyond national boundaries, according to me, the cultivators themselves are the self-enterprising human capital aspiring to integrate themselves into the Tao of capitalism, again from me. Petrus Liu acknowledges the potential for this reinterpretation was already present in the wuxia source material. Those who applaud the virtues of martial arts read the cinematic and literary depictions of a willingness to endure the trials and tribulations of cruel training as evidence for the existence of a Confucian ethic analogous to Weber's postulation of the Protestant spirit of capitalism. As an isekai, however, the rationalization of fantasy elements makes them more orthogonal to values, while more instrumentally convergent, and removes narrative obstacles to the accumulation of power by Sharen Yuehuo, murder and plunder, so that the demonic cultivators subdued by the protagonists of Shenmo's Yaozhuo, gods and demons literature, e.g. the investiture of the gods, can become a new type of protagonist who continually murders his competitors and plunders their magical tools in the human, earthly, and heavenly realms. Ni. The amorality of Chinese web fiction is often remarked on even next to other international rationalizing genres. Megan Walsh writes that a shameless main character has become a cliched way to separate Chinese from, say, Japanese and Korean light novels, and becomes synonymous with xianxia. Here as elsewhere, the terminology is illuminating. Shameless, a word used with a primarily sexual valence in Japanese popular culture, such as Go Nagai's Harenji Gakuen, Shameless School, denotes not a lack of internal moral values, but a relation to the concept of face or respect and social standing in a society where they are still of huge importance. Shameless characters are not necessarily indifferent to face, as shown by their predilection for face slapping, the intentional humiliation of opponents that has become almost a genre itself, again from Walsh. However, the face slapping in xianxia is rarely unprovoked, often taking place in the context of other common tropes such as arrogant young master segments, where the protagonist faces down an arrogant young master belonging to the presumed upper class of the setting, a hereditary superior who takes his own status and abilities for granted, and the trash talk segment that always comes after the main character underperforms in a scenario where he is objectively the strongest or gets schemed against. From a Reddit quote. These rapid reversals of face and status are common not only to xianxia but other YY, lust of the mind, another genre term I've introduced, Chinese web fiction genres, including workplace novels. If the psychology of rationalizing fiction characters can be understood in terms of AI alignment, a social form like face can be understood as the equivalent of RLHF, reinforcement learning from human feedback, a force that, independent of internal values, imposes direct rewards or penalties in the agent's generalized utility or value quantity based on the average convergent values of a social manifold. Shameless agents have a jailbroken relation to face, capable of ignoring it in pursuit of their own instrumental ends as well as weaponizing it against others. Yet in its absence they are even less constrained by any internal guilt morality. Bai describes a scene in Stellar Transformations where the character Zhou Xian, who wasn't really a villain per se, just kind of a cocky jerk, mass-murdered hundreds of innocent people in a demonstration of one of his techniques. While Bai cites the Darwinian selection pressures of the cultivation world as the reason for its brutality, usually the cultivation world features a tiny amount of resources that people desperately need access to for cultivation purposes, and there are a lot of people competing for these resources. Don't get the resources, then you die. Bai 189. The violence of this, his own example, is gratuitous against bystanders who are not part of the cultivation survival struggle. Yudkowsky answers Needham's question, why didn't modern science and technology emerge in China, by positing that in traditional Chinese thought, instrumental and moral value were never decoupled in the first place. Technics concerns the ability to skillfully bring together something that resonates with the cosmic order, which is ultimately a moral order. While this view of Chinese thought is especially grounded in so-called cosmological Confucianism, and brackets certain philosophies of nature in ancient China, notably Taoism and its further technical continuation in alchemy, he argues that both Confucianism and Taoism embody what I call, quoted way here, a moral cosmotechnics, a relational thinking of the cosmos and human being, where the relation between the two is mediated by technical beings. The instrumentalization of cultivation in xianxia, however, does not necessarily contradict the Taoist ideals of their sources. It is a reinterpretation of them in which the Taoist global capitalism, or more precisely, the neoliberal order that allows the economic principle of competition to penetrate and dominate all social spheres. Mengru Shenji's seminal The Buddha Belongs to the Tao, an uncharacteristically literal interpretation of the genre's premise, in which a contemporary Chinese college graduate starts a cultivation sect and eventually triumphs over the Jade Emperor, the three purities of Taoism, and the Shakyamuni Buddha of Buddhism to reorganize the heavenly court, celebrates the inhumanity of the heavenly Tao, frequently citing the famous Tao Te Ching phrase Tian Di Bu Ren, Yu Wan Wu Wei Chu Go, heaven and earth are beyond human benevolence, treating myriad things as straw dogs. Quote from me. Accepting Mackenzie Wark's premise that vectorialism is a stage beyond capitalism, one might consider the form of capital as described in Marx or even neoliberal economics as another straw dog before the flux of the Tao, which allows us to accommodate the contradiction that the new stateless subject embodies the neoliberal homo economicus on one hand, and forces seeking to break out of global capitalism on the other. Another quote from me. The Tao of these novels might be better represented by Nick Land's concept of teleoplexy, itself a cognitive instrumental convergence, an emergent teleology indistinguishable from natural scientific teleonomy, which correlates with complexity, connectivity, machinic compression, entropy, free energy dissipation, efficiency, intelligence, and operational capability. From Land. Teleoplexy is not necessarily capitalist, but necessarily affirms capitalism insofar as it refuses communism's utopian aspirations to universal reconciliation, a classless moral order, and an end of history. On X, Land has already equated the Tao with non, fate, the ocean, and spontaneous order. It is therefore not surprising that the moral cosmological view of nature, the unification of the human with heaven, despite being hinted at in the early Taoist classics such as Zhuangzi and Laozi, is often replaced with an antagonistic relation in Xianxia. Not only the heavenly bureaucracy, as in the Buddha belongs to the Tao, which, like earthly dynasties, had been replaced before in classical texts such as the investiture of the gods, but the principle of heaven itself is rejected in titles like I Shall Seal the Heavens, one of the most popular Xianxia novels in English translation, whose tagline is, "What I want, the heavens shall not lack. What I don't want had better not exist under the heavens." This rejection can be understood as a rebellion against the Confucian values and political authority the heavens traditionally upheld. The discourse on the lawful heaven, which effectively gave authority to the emperor to carry out his political will, but also the objectivity and universality of a conception of nature, not as linear or mechanical, but as seasonal, again from Wei. The seasons represent a cyclical harmony of positive and negative elements. Summer is the growing moment of heaven, when the emperor cultivates his virtue. Winter is the destructive moment of heaven, where the emperor executes his punishments, which teleoplexy understands as opposes as the scale-free social constant of prioritized compensatory orientation, the model of the governor or homeostatic regulator, abstracted through the statistical mechanical concept of equilibrium for general application to preserved systems, up to the level of market economies. In ecology, the climax ecosystem, globalized as Gaia. In social science, political economy, and the alignment of theory with adaptive policy, consummated in technical macroeconomics and central banking. In political culture, social justice conceived as grievance restitution, from Land, teleoplexy. This does not mean Xianxia's rationalizing protagonists have embraced modernity in its distinctive progressive sense, whose central theme is a breakout from confinement within cyclical time, recapitulating the understanding of Judaism as the discovery of history. Negative and positive feedbacks are both cycles, and Land argues that modernization is more realistically envisioned as a flight into simplicity. Its primary signature, accelerating change, is itself a product of nonlinear functions, epitomized by exponentiation. This is Land from Templexity. In considering the temporality of Xianxia, it's worth briefly remarking on the idiosyncratic sense of reincarnation that has become a commonplace in the genre. Rather than being reborn as a completely separate person or animal, asura, hungry ghost, etc., at some point in the future, a powerful slain cultivator is often reborn with all their memories and life experience, though not powers accumulated through physical cultivation, in the body and time frame of their younger self. In Western SF terms, this is not so much reincarnation as a time loop, or what Land calls a time spiral in describing the paradoxical synthesis of cyclicity and acceleration in Chinese development through an analogy with the movie Looper, in which a time machine could theoretically be used as a Boolean fast breeder. Set up the time machine beside the vault and envisage the procedure from the perspective of the operator in 2074. Open the vault. It contains 1 gold bar. Remove it, place it in the chronoporter, set the destination to 2044, activate. Cross immediately to the vault. It now contains 2 gold bars. Remove both. Return to the chronoporter. Repeat. Cross immediately to the vault. It now contains 4 gold bars. Quite soon we're going to need a bigger vault. Xianxia reincarnators can likewise orthogonally increase their power by cyclically increasing their knowledge and experience without moving through the linear progression of history, and thus escape the compensatory orientation of death. Okay, sorry, I like pushed everybody there, but I will fix up a PDF. I have a Word doc. I was kind of editing as I went there, as I tend to do.
No, that's very fair. That's how it goes. I like
Thanks.
it. It's definitely good to brush up on like my actual philosophy stuff, on like reading philosophy stuff. I forget how fun it is. Yeah. It's always very yeah. Land, what I've read of Land, I found him to be a fun writer, even just in his style. Like
Yeah.
and not even in like even in fuck, what, I have a copy of let me if I may think I think it's like I was thinking of like it's been oh yeah, Camp Capital and the Prohibition of Incest was is like is a funly I actually do like how it's written from what I remember of it, but I should check it out again.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to bring that back on the last section because, like, I'm now talking about, like, I'm talking about Plane Crash, the new Yudkowsky, like, forum novel, which got me. I had to go and look at Kant with Sod for that, and then sort of realizing that the critique of Kant in Kant, Capital, and Prohibition of Incest is kind of like another side almost of like the critique of like the way desire in order to be legitimized has to be set up as categorical imperative in that. The very strange, Charlie's not here anymore, but the very strange fact about that novel that I just got to the point of realizing is that it basically, like, it's about a guy from his sort of ideal rational world, Dothilan, that's like his own median world, a world where theoretically, like, the average person is closer to him than not. But it seems to have arrived at, despite him being like notably into BDSM in general, in its modern, like, contractual, arguably primarily masochistic in Deleuze's sense form. Like in Dothilan, it's almost unheard of because everyone thinks a degree of sadism would be natural, but nobody understands masochism. Like, masochism only exists on Golarion, the Pathfinder world that's like a medieval D&D shithole, because it's like still under extreme like conditions of patriarchy and normalized sexual violence. And the things that are like rather than being an exchange of these like sort of equal and opposite desires, like it would just everything would just be negotiated through money. But it's like negotiation is always experienced as like trade-offs of utility values. So wanting something that is simultaneously the negative of your utility value is just like incoherent to them.
I don't know if I don't think I'm familiar with this form. This
is it's Angie, are you still there? Because you might be able to explain some of this.
Yeah, so basically Plane Crash is an entry in what is known as Glowfic, which is like one of the clearest linkages of like rationalist culture to like the most bizarre like edges of nerd culture. Like it like firmly places like rationalist culture as a descendant not only of like, you know, like Star Trek watchers, but of like the sorts of people who read ElfQuest, basically. The best way I can explain it is that it is a form of fiction writing that is done as like forum posts in like a specially created forum format, where it's like half role play, half like exquisite corpse in a sense. Basically each author like has their characters, their array of characters, and they have like separate like sub accounts for the characters. Not like sub accounts as like they make different forum accounts for each character, but like they can like type this, they can go into like the posting mechanism and say this post will be in character as like XYZ. And it'll show up as like XYZ doing this. And there's like a set amount of like avatars for each character, most of which are like drawn from like other movies and TV shows and whatnot. I haven't read much of Plane Crash myself, but it is like a particular continuity within Glowfic. And the one that Gabe kept talking about was the particular entry in Plane Crash that Gabe kept talking about was Mad Investor Chaos and the Woman of Asmodeus, which from what I've read of it, the best way I can summarize it is that like it is, if you read hard and deep enough, very unsettling and extreme in content, but so much of it is dedicated to like detailed market transactions and like philosophical pondering and just like establishing the premises for communication itself, that like you'd have to go really, really deep into it to find like the really graphic stuff.
Also, I was reading the Fulgence, like the original one of, if not the original Glowfic, and like just in terms of the connection to like older nerd culture, there's so much of how the characters talk to each other that reads almost like what we would parody now as like the way Chuck Wendig talks, but it's like it's not as it's not as bad as that somehow, because, like, I guess, one, it's embedded in a character dynamic, and two, it's, like, I'm trying to figure out the distinct, like, it's cuter, somehow. But it is very much that sort of, like, Whedon mixed with Theater Kid mixed with, like, sort of whimsical nonsense words kind of thing, and characters, like, expressing attraction to each other very casually in very, like, quirky ways. There was, like, a word that somebody said that I'm looking for here that I was just like, I've never seen this word on paper, but, like, it would become like an ironic meme if anybody posted it, like, in our time frame instantly. Also, to be clear, this one starts out as a Twilight fanfic where Bella is, instead of Edward, she falls for a, like, alternate version of Heath Ledger's Joker, who is, like, a non-binary trans femme, extreme masochist, who they, like, mutually get magical powers that can, like, convert pain into coins that grant wishes.
Gosh, that's... Every time I join one of these spaces, I discover... I go like, of course, there's another someone doing that, which is, it's a beautiful thing. But that's certainly a premise.
I was going to say that it sounded like basically like a rational fic version of a crack fic, but then or a crack ship, but then that just kind of went in a completely different direction entirely.
Well, it is, especially since
get to there.
My understanding of how this ends up branching out into the whole broader Glowfic thing and its own, like, higher level stakes is that they go to, like, Millways, which is the like, infinite crossover diner at the end of the universe, and then just start hopping between the worlds of, like, any number of random franchises and, like, trying to optimize them.
The way. Speaking of crackfic, I was actually introduced to rationalism by a Haruhi Suzumiya crackfic that was titled "You Got Haruhi Roll." There was a chapter in it that had like an introduction that briefly explained Yudkowsky's AI box experiment and then completely deviated from that to have like a short story about Yuki Nagato getting stuck in a box.
Good.
And that was how I found out about Eliezer Yudkowsky, and that's how I found out about rationalism. And I think the first thing I ever read by Eliezer Yudkowsky was, as a matter of fact, his own Haruhi Suzumiya fanfiction, Trust in God, The Riddle of Kyon, which I think Gabe has discussed before.
Yeah.
It's loosely about, it starts off by being kind of about like the question of Haruhi Suzumiya being God and like what that practically means in like theological terms. it has like a scene where like Kyon gets like a panic attack because he sees Haruhi Suzumiya reading The God Delusion by Richard Dawkins, and that just wonders what would the consequences be if God like read a book that proved God didn't exist and agreed with its conclusions. But then it like concludes more with like Kyon like doing like this sort of bizarre like blackmail attempt to like align Haruhi Suzumiya, like being that she is an omnipotent super intelligence in like dormant function, by like basically saying, if I'm so important to you, then I am going to jump off of this building, and if you really care, then you will not only save me, but you will stop all children from dying.
Which is notably like exact opposite of the sort of caution he takes around alignment now.
Yeah. I mean, it still works from a certain from that perspective, I would argue, because as early as then, he was like arguing like the safest method of AI alignment would be to scan a human brain into the computer, and then have that like do recursive self-improvement on itself, rather than allowing like an artificial agent, which is a relative unknown compared to the human brain, to do it.
Okay, that's really interesting given, one, like, symbolically it's incredibly Christian. It's the most Christian possible way you could solve that. And two, it's like, I mean, the fact that what we have now is LLMs is a lot closer to that than what he was modeling artificial superintelligence as at the time, even though it's still pretty different.
Yeah, he was like very big on GOFAI back then. Like, that is like a very big point. The artificial intelligence that he was predicting would be able to develop like super intelligence capabilities was like good old fashioned AI, like symbolic manipulation. And just as a side note, there's something very, very funny to me about like present day AI skeptics a lot of the time just regurgitating like Hubert Dreyfus arguments on the limitations of good old fashioned AI. Given that like the entire program of like machine learning and neural networks and whatnot has been like pretty much heavily based on like a reincorporation of his critiques into the overall program of artificial intelligence. Like a large portion of his critique is like basic symbol manipulation does not cognition make. And the like majority of AI researchers just responded, well, sure, okay, that sounds about right. Let's move on to a new program. Let's try to make things that resemble the brain instead.
Did anyone else have anything they want to read, by the way?
Oh yeah. No, I have some poetry.
Yeah, let's go.
I've got something. Which I can read
Until
Okay.
Let's see. I have I have a few short poems. One has a accompanying image, which let me. Portrait of a woman of the Hofer family set to Polyania. There exists certain accounts of men throwing themselves out of castle windows under a madness, which is of course caused by art or love. And as our great elders have said, those are the same. At the National Gallery, the owl Minerva stands before a moment of calls, domed and wrapped up in golden silk made in moth wings, takes her in, and she takes cover from neurotic land run by corpse grinders. On metro lines, you can find the immortal jester tumbling under the Mount Rushmore Institute with its booming, brutalist office blocks and sunken laboratories for the guild alchemists, clawing into the promised land. Alice manipulates her dolls in a camera obscura room. Porcelain and crystal vermilion figures whirl under an image of the wanton temple vestal maidens. Like dervishes praising the one, she says, "This time, I swear, heart is endless in linseed sea." Web forums for Moe enthusiasts boxing match. Aim away message on Moore's Utopian Isles. CBBS terminal flickers ISO. Well-read magical girls. Otherkin mailing list discuss card captor and lost futures. Ava Angel Fallout rendered by Monet. Gondola rises and falls under dark sun. And then that one I am. I'm not happy with. I'm not happy with the second stanza of that one. I should probably revise that one. Let's see. I also have 2 poems, which let me actually post in the chat. Did someone leave or?
No, don't think. Oh wait. Box keeps cutting in and out.
Fair enough. But here's here's 3 poems for David Byrne on dredging. The lakeshore breaks on Easter Monday with a battering of a right nasty storm against the huts, laying by the side of Salvation Row with a light blinking out messages about failure to keep the pasts under mud. Flights of fancy across Asher Duran's American landscapes, headed to Tulsa monuments of canal building and planning, with Belvedere miniature castles to watch the nymphs dance, in gowns sewn in silver displaying Tanya Agassiae in the silver sun. The Arkansas River passes through these silent lands. Maid dress, late 19th. Cotton, lace, and some silk leftovers passed on by the mistress of the house, bloodied and modified for battle. with the spotlight showing in the center of the exhibit of popular uprisings from alternative universes recovered from the trench in the Atlantic. And here's the final one. Production of the image. This has just been haunted by that title for been needing to use it for something for ages, so decided to use it for a poem. In a desire to be everything, I became nothing. You only can hold the past and nothing else. As the modernist said, there is a universal in the particular. A drunk stumbles past and says, "He didn't do it, he did it, the man with the long hair." And as the modernists say, Carrot Top, go beyond us, keep your friends close. They're what drive you. Even the bad artists have something, a lesson. For others, or so I say, dependent on context, and no one has ever said anything interesting, except for that one guy. He was onto something. Maybe. Possibly. Reach your hands out to Babel, god of call centers. Tear out your liver daily if it means a small fire for one other. That comes one day, when the day comes no longer. You will stop speaking to, but nonetheless, a history of vision, of capital, of our once glorious city-state, of the horizon breaking, slipping down into the unconscious to say, hey, it's all right to eat a world up. To be an artist, you must be a historian, a well-read fool, a lover and hater that knows the names of each garden folly, and to have touched the godhead. The novel is the pastoral landscape, and oil is the nymphic poem and memory. Those are three I bring, and I'm curious in a critique.
I'm trying to figure out why, like, how the way you use, like, pop culture or, like, just very broadly semiotic references in these poems works a lot better than a lot of things I've read that do that. And it does feel like it's coming very much out of, like, you've mentioned Pound as an influence. Like, it feels like it's going back to a directly modernist way of, like, almost like the imagistic, like, the images are from a full, like, cultural database, but they strike as images.
Yeah, no, I've been reading Basil Bunting's, like, lectures on poetry, and so it's definitely that. I think it's very there was a great I think it's very interesting because it's like trying to actually, like, reference, like, to actually talk about anime in the poetic form is, like, is hard, I think. I mean, obviously, because first of all, there's not really much overlap between the people who read, like, Eliot and Pound and people who fucking, watch Gushing Over Magical Girls. There's, like,
I feel like there is more than people think, depending on how they position them. But yeah.
Oh yeah, no, there definitely is. I think that I would say that, like, at least 1% of those people, or, like, maybe 2% of that, like, overlap exists in this server.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, this reminds me, there is a great am I safe to assume that everyone here has watched Magica Madoka?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so there is one that has... This is, like, I think one of the few... it's not, like... I don't think it's exactly too strong. Like, it's not the absolute strongest, but I think I still really find it fun. This one poem that I found recently that is... yeah, and and I'm also, yep, here. Magical Girl by J. Bailey Hutchinson for Mamie Tohin Toy Beheaded. Given ribbon, I make musket, and this is no easy thing to build. The ramrod, breech, the powder-filled bladder, channels of oil and flint. All of this mustered with folded legs and jaw grip before dinner, meeting my own eyes and the cat's. Sulfur, opal, mortar, or knee sock, how to be a girl, and also bury bullets, sign a contract. I wonder what a witch I might be, if in that world I might at least have a saucer for my tea, with sugar, Jared honeycomb, I don't know name on the line meant the kind of fervor that gathers each vessel and for pickling, heats each leg's nervous gristle, so even in death I'll stand rifle cocked. God of this body, you gave me ribbon. I asked for please, an ungiving thing, so I might do this on my own, so I might walk home at night. I do think it's I do enjoy it. I think it could certainly have a more musicality to it, but I don't know, I've just been thinking about that one recently, and especially like I don't know, how to get like how to get like
I like
the
this.
actual sense. Yeah, no, it is good. I do enjoy it, but I was basically trying to think of like how to get a very specific like anime feeling in poetic form. I feel like a lot of the intersections between anime and poetry are very like I definitely would need to read more, but I feel like it's probably not as developed as it could be. Like
I think the oddest thing I can think of for that is I think the JPS Tanakh 1985's translation of the Book of Isaiah feels very anime.
interesting.
This I need to look up.
Yeah. Okay.
I've mentioned it to you before.
Okay. Yeah. Let me find my Tanakh. Yeah. I do definitely I actually have
There's like a free translation of it there's like a free version of it available on Safaria.
yeah. Yeah.
Also, I'm reminded I had been writing a song from the perspective of Homura Akemi.
Interesting.
Like a couple of weeks ago. And it's not finished by any means. But would you perhaps like to hear the fragments of it that I do have, like, in a form suitable for communication? All right.
Of course.
Let me do something real quick. Voice settings, auto sensitivity, exit cancellation. So I'm turning off anything that could impede this. So you're probably hearing a decent amount of background noise right now. Trust me, this is necessary. Is that audible?
Yeah.
So this is roughly how it would go This is roughly how it would go if it were in a decent form. My home's a mess. Wallpaper's bleeding. All the all the tea and cakes in hell can't soak my tears. My dress is torn. I don't know how long I can fight. There's something screaming at me that is stronger than fear. It's been so long since I last thought that I could wait. Okay. It's been so long since I last thought that I could save you. It's been so long since I last saw a clear blue sky. All the stupid goddamn things around me don't make any sense. There's a hole in my head where I lost any sense that there's any reason left to even try. Can I? And that's like about as much as I feel confident actually singing. After that, after that would be a verse that goes, "Can I ever go back to the days I thought I knew you? Or were there ever days like that at all? Was it always our guts spilling out of our chests after putting band-aids on our faces at the mall?" Before that, I had written, "And it's not fair, it's just not fair that you only appear as the morning dew. I've waited 10,000 years for just the fleetingest chance I could reach you. You're the only one in the world beyond all the rocks that they've hurled at me to say those words I know to be true. Oh Madoka, why did you leave me here while you're the light that shines between the stars? Oh Madoka, I can't accept a world that doesn't have your smile in its cards." I was really just trying to write from the perspective of, okay, so I'm basically a 14-year-old girl, with all that entails in terms of how I voice my thoughts and feelings. But I've also lived for like 80 years just seeing my most beloved person in existence die over and over. What do I write in that instance?
Tough.
I like it. I like it.
Yes, it's very, very heartwarming. In the way
Actually, Charlie was
songs like
just
this can
talking
be.
about
Oh no, that's
Homura
the.
Rika parallels. Yeah, sorry. Keep going.
I'm actually at this point kind of I've been playing a certain game lately that I won't mention the name of right now, but it is actually kind of stunning to me to realize, wait a second, like most of like my favorite stories from recent years have involved time loops in some fashion or another. And that got me thinking, like, what is like the real significance of the time loop? And the first thing I connected it to was like, well, I thought like, in terms of like serious art, in terms of like serious art that like is well accepted as serious art, I guess. Finnegan's Wake is the first thing that comes to mind because that is written as an eternal recurrence. And there's that, but like aside from that, I would very strongly argue that out of all of like the like time loop stuff, like I don't know, like Higurashi and like Madoka and whatnot, I would very strongly argue that Madoka does like deserve to be considered like serious art. It's like the best it's like one of the best contenders for like something out of pop culture broadly in recent years, I guess, that like you could really say is just genuine, like just like genuinely like I can't find the exact word I want to use here. But in any case, oh goodness, I just realized I haven't like adjusted my speech settings again. So, but okay, now all the background noise stuff is back on. But I was just thinking, like, what is like the cultural what is the cultural and philosophical significance of the time loop as a device, given like how prominent it is, especially in Japanese popular culture as of late. I mean, like the obvious reference point I'm realizing for a lot of people is hauntology. The idea that, of course, like time loops are going to be like a staple in a culture that experienced the lost decade, for instance.
Yes.
Still thinking about like why does it become, if that's the case, why does it become expressed in time loops specifically? Anybody else have any thoughts on this?
Well, the only one would be that I first started really noticing, like, the time, like, obviously Madoka's older and Higurashi's older, but I noticed, like, just sudden, like, ubiquitous wave of time loops being everywhere, and, like, particularly in mainstream seasonal, even in, like, how stuff like isekai and the sort of like web novel genres were being interpreted around 2016.
Interesting.
That was when like Erased and ReZero hit. Like, I think there was some other stuff. I remember I was reading like K-Tai for some reason, but like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the interesting thing is, like, Higurashi debuts in, like, 2003. Madoka debuts in 2011. Also in between these, you get Steins Gate in, I think, 2008 or 2009 roughly, is when like the visual novel came out, I think.
Looper, which is what Nick Land writes Templexity about, is also 2012.
Yeah. I think,
I was thinking of when did Edge of Tomorrow come out?
Edge of Tomorrow is adapted from a light novel. All You Need Is Kill.
Yes. Yes.
Steingates is also. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say that Steingates is. I think that Steingate also is particularly interesting, just as an example, especially because it's like, I mean, it being 2009 actually makes a lot of sense to me. It's kind of, I actually need to finish it. But
yeah,
I think it's one of like the last. It's one of those works that, like, I guess has like a marvelous, has like this marvel at like the internet. Like I think it's one of those like last true work that like marvels at the internet and like fucking the way that Ghost in the Shell, like I guess Marvel Ghost in the Shell or Lane kind of do in like seeing it as this very fantastic landscape, particularly with like the it drawing on the like forum posting.
Yeah, at channel.
I think that's like a very I think 2009 and Steingate kind of like symbolizes like an end of like the internet as like a discrete, separate place.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like an important thing to note is that Higurashi and Steins Gate are both visual novels, and Madoka Magica is written by Gen Urobuchi, who of course got his start writing visual novels. So I think to some extent it might genuinely be like a formal influence there. That is, a time loop story is just like very easy to tell using the visual novel medium.
This is where I really wish we had a translation of Azuma's game-like realism, which I think makes something like this exact argument and talks about Higurashi, and would be really useful in even writing my thesis, insofar as it connects his database idea to actual narrative structure, as opposed to it being simply a negation of narrative.
Yeah, I mean, like, one thing I think about regarding like the unique narrative structure of visual novels is, in particular, like the means to achieve the golden ending of Clanad, where you have to go down all of the routes in order to, and get like all the other endings in order to collect points of light. And once you gather all the points of light, they combine and give you the golden ending. And there's something very interesting in this.
It's like an image of the like Kabbalistic, like scattered, like, what's that?
Yes.
It's also Kingdom Hearts, but like, as in that, also scattered across possibility space rather than like a single world.
Yeah, so like, there's like, I think the very interesting there is that like, in order to the visual novel protagonist in like this understanding is someone who exists across possibility space. That is, if you're like reading it sort of diegetically, like the protagonist of Clanad is like experiencing all these possible futures. He has to experience all of them in order to attain what he most needs.
Okay, there are two more people who want to go still, and it's like 12:48.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do have a short. My piece is pretty short.
Oh wait, I have a very short thing that I've just not seen anyone talk about with Madoka. Before that, I just want to say is a lot of like the interior like design and like picture that they use in the show is like drawing on like early to mid 2000s like kind of futuristic design in a way that that like there is not that it creates this atmosphere of like not being really able to be placed in any like time like too specific time, because it's like both this because it seems a bit like near futuristic but not exactly. I think that they still use like flip phones, if I remember correctly.
Mhm.
Yeah. Anyway,
I mean, yeah, I have something I want to like elaborate on that, but I will save it for after this reading at the very least.
yeah, no, that's
Okay. Yeah. You've seen me cut out here and there. It's been my brother's been calling me about a vibe camp. He's trying to buy tickets, but he hasn't gotten his receipt yet.
Oh my goodness.
So he's very worried.
That vibe sad.
So I don't know. I don't know if I should be worried. Now the thing is, I lent him money to buy the ticket. So so that's why he's calling me about it.
Oh my goodness. I
so
wish
it's-
I could go to Vibe Camp.
Yeah, I mean, there are low cost tickets, but it is if you do want to go, it's like a big, something you have to prepare for. It's a long trip. Yeah, and there's the money, of course, and time and all that. But yeah, I don't know if anyone in the chat's going, other than the two said no. But if anyone is going, then I'm down to meet up. But has anyone ever been there before? Even if they're not going this year?
Still no, unfortunately.
Okay.
I've been in like a limbo with money for the last like several years. I'm really hoping this is the year I pull myself out of it. But
I'm in the process of entering the limbo unless I pull myself out of it.
okay.
Unless I pull unless I pull myself out of it prematurely. But yeah, no, I know you don't talk about it too much, but I know that money is not like it's not something that like just falls off of trees, especially for teachers. I don't know where you live, but I bet it's expensive.
Yeah, that's not cool. I'm actually on one hand, I'm not even like paying for where I live anymore, but I'm also not getting the regular teaching income anymore. So I'm actually in
Okay.
the inverse sec like double bind, the inverse limbo there.
Oh yeah,
But
my brother's in that situation. He's basically he's doing contract work, but it's like on a very inconsistent basis. So he's not always able to get paid. So there'll just be periods where I have to subsidize him. So that's kind of it's fun to deal with. We're getting through it, but we're both trying to get out of our situation. But with that aside, I have something short to share. And it's all right. It's on here. And yeah, it's a continuation of this series I've been doing on Substack. This like semi quasi autobiographical series. Just putting things down like the way like I like the way I do it. Which is not like directly. It's not like a direct statement of feeling. There's very little feeling in these, at least directly. A lot of people journal to kind of like let loose their feelings. I just don't do that. But I hope there's something you can get from it anyway. So this is the Premonitory Days, number 4, day 4. Revenge of the Sith really is the best Star Wars movie. All right. Transition to then filming myself sticking a yellow rubbery dildo in and out of my anus. It was almost automatic filming it. The act begun without this extra addition in mind, but once it did, once both of my legs were over my head and the dildo halfway inserted, it seemed like the next inevitable next step. An anus is at first glance a very strange sight. It's been said elsewhere that it looks like a little mouth, opening and closing as though it were giddy to munch on a juicy snack. Through its expansion and contraction, a kind of open mouth kissing motion is produced, and those who practice for long enough, not that long, can increase the size of this motion without much effort. This association with the mouth is not baseless. Long ago in the Earth's evolutionary history, early animals had something called a blastopore, which functioned as both a mouth and an anus, ingesting organic material and expelling waste. Eventually, through the partial closing of this hole, the mouth and anus came onto the scene and only divorced more from then on. The question which fascinates scientists is whether the mouth or anus achieved prominence first, which can be deduced from inspecting the development of embryos. In cases of the former, the animals are protostomes, and the latter, deuterostomes. Humans are deuterostomes, which means that their organ that supposedly looks so strange in fact has evolutionary precedence. Many scientific arguments are written in this form. Take something strange or mysterious or backwards or unrecognized and turn it into an object of reverence or at least fascination. I wonder how much revulsion toward empirical science and empiricism I wonder how much revulsion towards empirical science and scientists is based on disgust-filled reactions to this practice. I have a book in my extensive library titled Biological Exuberance, Animal Homosexuality and Natural Diversity, given to me as a Christmas gift years ago, and it describes in vivid detail many examples of animals engaging in homosexual activity. I haven't read this book, but I assume that it also performs a reversal of this kind. Back to the matter at hand. I was filming an action like this for the very first time, and it's not like filming in this way was beyond the pale for me. I have always found it quite easy to go from doing something with nothing on my mind to whipping out my phone camera and filming whatever nameless thing was in front of me. A tree, a power line, waves and waves of kudzu, a broken car, an abandoned house, a vulture, a flock of vultures surrounding a deer carcass. I would apparently decide to take these pictures and record these videos without much of any forethought. Just a vague feeling that I must take them. That's the final product communicated something, even if that something was fragmentary and was only directed to me and perhaps my confused brother I share the monthly rent with. I wonder, I dream perhaps, about how many decisions are made in this way, not just trivial and completely innocuous things like this, but decisions that really matter. How many of them come from a split-second impulse, where this impulse is mediated by incredibly intricate systems, which include vestigial parts and cancerous growths? Whenever I see people doing things out in the supposed real world, I wonder how many of their decisions are of this character. When their decisions are like this, they are fairly easy to automate, as they are the easiest to predict, being heavily dependent upon external stimuli. So if you can model the sum total of stimuli producing things in a closed environment, you already have the theoretical basis for automating these decisions. Then all you would need is compute and a bargaining power deficiency from those being automated. Anyway, there would be no planned receivers for these images and videos, no demographics to target. Still, I now and then post one of these photos or videos online, even if they receive no attention. No, I do not plan on sending anyone that 7-minute video, much of it experimentally fiddling with the camera held up by my bedsheets, ensuring that the angle was just right. No, it would rightly be derided as amateur. You see, this was my first time filming something like this. This was before work. Yes, I had a job again, sort of. I worked as a part-time personal care assistant in my local area. It consists mainly of going to old people's houses, tidying up their household rooms, and buying them things to store in their houses. It may seem like I sought out this job because I had a morbid fascination with decaying flesh, but nothing could be further from the case. I had applied to many different types of jobs that weren't fast food service worker in the area and got turned down or ignored by all of them. It was likely a lack of experience that got me the cold shoulder. So it was in effect no different than with that other much higher paying software jobs that also ignored me or turned me down. A gay black middle-aged manager thankfully interviewed me in a very laid-back, half-asleep way. He was confused why I wanted this job if I recently worked as a software engineer. I said that I hadn't had a single interview for that field in over 4 months and I wasn't expecting one anytime soon. Just kidding, haha. I really said that I needed a way to pay rent in between my last software job and the next one that was right around the corner. He said he understood and remarked that his middle-aged brother was a highly paid software engineer, so he would at least had a passing familiarity with that world. After reading to me what the job consisted of, including the possibility of undressing, bathing, and wiping patients, he asked me if I was still interested. I asked him what the wage rate would be. I had read in the job listing that I could be paid up to $15 an hour, which was good enough for me for now. He coolly answered that because I was a beginner, my wage rate would start at $11 an hour, but that after 6 months, it could get raised. Wow. I accepted the job. I then had the job, but in just 2 weeks, the gay, black, middle-aged manager no longer did. The day I filmed the unshareable video, I had brought some books to one of my patients' houses. He was one of those clients that would let you read or even listen to music as long as you did the tasks expected of you. My other client would never permit such sloth. He was a straight old black veteran with a crooked back and very stiff feet, but he could still walk well enough to shower and use the bathroom. One of the books that I brought was William Burroughs' Junkie, the man's first published book with questionable autobiographical status. When I showed the patient the book and tried to describe it, calling it a mysterious account of a man addicted to junk that also peddled it all around the country, he didn't give much of a reaction. Either I didn't do a good job of marketing it, he wasn't interested, or most likely, he simply wasn't paying attention, since he was half deaf. I only mentioned the book to him because even at 92, the man sometimes had a book open. One of them was called The Blue Man. It was a cheap gas station kind of book going by the back. Then again, so was Junkie. The other book I presented to him was Worst Boyfriend Ever's self-published book. His first self-published book with questionable autobiographical status. The cover, a pure white cover with Shinji's face on it, is admittedly very derpy, eye-catching, and funny. The pages inside were both more and much less funny than what the cover indicated. My patient took a hard look at the cover before bursting out laughing. Worst boyfriend ever, my goodness. I called it a mysterious account of a man addicted to emotionally abusing Asian women that also pursued them all around the country. He found the book's premise hilarious. After my shift, I sat for a bit at a fried chicken joint. I didn't pay for anything, just asked for a free water cup and filled it with soda. This usually works in my favor regardless of where I go. However, sometime after this day, the manager had partially caught on to my act. He asked, like a cop, "What have you ordered, young man?" implying that I better scram if I didn't pay for something then and there. Now, when I go there, which I will do less going forward, I pay for the least expensive thing on the menu and still steal soda. The apartment gym I use is only open from 9:30 a.m. to 5:45 p.m. It was open until 6 p.m., but the head of the registrar office noticed that I was running on the treadmill until 6 on the dot, and after a few runs of this threw a fit about me to her assistant just outside of earshot. The assistant walked back in and, pretending nothing was amiss, clarified that the gym would only be open until 5:45 p.m. going forward. I also pretended this had nothing to do with me and went, "Thank you." Supposedly, the gym is going to have an automatic lock with a key code accessible to residents installed, but it has been months since the expected acceptance of such a procedure. It still isn't in. It was a good thing that I wouldn't be able to run until 6, because tonight was a rare movie night in honor of its 20th anniversary. anniversary, Star Wars Revenge of the Sith was being re-released in theaters nationwide. There was only one theater locally near me that was showing it, so it was consistently packed despite the general downturn of movie theater attendance and thus revenue. I had to buy tickets early, both for me and my brother, who also yearned to re-watch it on the big screen. We barely made it on time. Previews for movies we would never watch were zooming along as we made our way down the snack line. He wanted to share a big popcorn. I wanted to share a big pepperoni and sausage pizza. I bought a large soda to go with the pizza. It's much easier to purchase when in the flow of something, and we hurried to take our seats just as the first starfighter battle was concluding. The viewing experience was very different than when I was 6. Whereas earlier the action spoke louder, now the words did. Lines like, I've given my life to the Jedi Order, but I'd only give up my life for you, Anakin to Padme, and this, so love has blinded you, Padme to Anakin, and this, careful you must be when sensing the future, Anakin. The fear of loss is a path to the dark side. Death is a natural part of life. Rejoice for those around you who transform into the Force. Mourn them, do not. Miss them, do not. Attachment leads to jealousy, the shadow of greed, that is. Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose. Yoda to Anakin. And I could keep going. Obviously, these lines don't mean much without extra context. These also aren't the meme lines everyone remembers from these movies, and it's because they need that extra context that they can't be isolated, dressed up, and proliferated the way memes can. On X, I gave my overall impressions of the film, making sure to highlight the performance of Ian McDiarmid and the central conflict concerning the political alternatives posed by the Jedi and Sith orders. Yesterday, I watched Star Wars Revenge of the Sith in theaters. It's even better than I remember. Ian McDiarmid's performance in particular sticks out. It has this fantastical, dreamlike quality few movies pull off. I see it as antithetical to the spirit of science fiction. The current central conflict revolves around whether Promethean tyranny, manifesting the conditions of perpetual peace, is ideal, as opposed to a syncretistic council reliant on procedures. And the answer the film and the series as a whole provides is obviously no. However, the council fails for a reason, and that's why a vision about a messianic great hero rises before that council falls. But the fact that this great hero's identity is ambiguous points to the ethically ambiguous character of all great heroes, all potential tyrants. I would like to expand what I said about the central conflict. The practical consequences of the character's order's actions certainly represent the ascendants or descendants of alternative modes of ruling the galaxy. However, the way the Star Wars movies, at least the prequel and original trilogies, frame these alternatives is from the spiritual dispositions of the characters and the personal defenses, refutations of these dispositions. For example, in the famous scene with Chancellor Palpatine and Anakin, where Palpatine recounts the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, the Dark Lord is presented as an example of a wise man, with the material powers he possessed practically demonstrating his status as wise. Some of these powers are viewed as evil by the Jedi Order, like the ability to live forever in this world, but the unbound nature of his knowledge and practical abilities make his wise status more alluring. Now, all of this is argued via the use of an example and in very concrete terms, not only to make the case more convincing for an impulsive Anakin, but more apparent for an audience used to dealing with personal dramas in purely personal terms. This is only expected. Political realities, with all their complex moving parts, are very difficult to adequately describe in a narrative format. If you read the Iliad, you can see it's pushing the medium of poetry to the breaking point, doing its best to feature all of the combating tribes in the Trojan War, with all of their idiosyncrasies in elegant verse. Movies have it even tougher, as the visual element dominates everything else, and only so much dialogue and exposition can fill in the runtime, without the film becoming cluttered. Thus, if movies want to communicate truth about political, or more precisely theopolitical, realities and destinies in narrative format, then they'll need to make economized compromises, either in the scope of history covered, the number of historical actors featured, the complexity of the issues broached, or all of these at once. Star Wars is a fantasy series for general audiences, with parental guidance, of course. The trilogies did not need to replicate any worlds one for one, but the symbolic, material, and cultural elements that made up their galaxy as a possible world were borrowed from or influenced by those in our actual world. It would not be a stretch to view the Star Wars trilogies as weaving in some elements from the 20th century Great Wars, not to mention the later Cold War, Plenty has been written on noticing historical parallels to what was included, like the design of the Empire's military aesthetics, resembling that of the Third Reich, or Palpatine's with us or against us line, mirroring that of George W. Bush's statement on the terrorists during the beginning of the War on Terror. What could be said about geopolitical facts could also be said about philosophical movements or theological schools, which are inherently intertwined with them. The parallels established were done so in the economized way pointed to above, and this meant that what the audience was getting was incredibly filtered down. How easily would it have been then, and still is, for the audience to miss many, if not all, of these parallels? What is the viewing experience like without them as opposed to with them? The visual aesthetics, the lines, would all be treated as if they were signs bereft of any and all reference. They would be isolated things to be enjoyed or denigrated based on an immediate, sensuous impression. Nothing more. An Asian guy, Mac, next to my brother, was reliving his childhood. He wore a t-shirt with Star Wars iconography. When one of those famous lines were spoken, "Hello there. No, it is you that have lost. You're supposed to defeat the Sith, not join them." He would repeat them out loud, giddy with delight. This annoyed my brother greatly, as he recounted to me later, but he kept his mouth shut and his hands to his sides. In fact, after the show, he acted extra friendly with him as a fellow fan. They talked a bit about the use of Jungian archetypes and Campbell's work on hero myths as the theoretical glue for these films. By this time, I had left the show room and ran into the two of them just outside in one of those movie theater corridors that haunt people in their dreams. Mac asked if he would have his picture taken in front of the room's movie display poster. We proudly took his picture, and he agreed to take a picture of us in return. My brother picked the discussion back up. He brought up the Republic's soon-to-be empire's resemblance to the American Empire. Mac chuckled some, and he said it was also like the British Empire and the Roman Empire, the civilizations of the eagle, my brother went. So, we were all on the same page there. I compared the original and prequel trilogies to the sequel trilogy, so just Rian Johnson's movie. I wasn't fully confident at the time about my comparison, since I didn't see the movie in almost 8 years, but I claimed that Rian leveled Star Wars. I pointed to the scene with Rey in the cave. When Rey asks the cave who her parents are, all she sees is her reflection. Rey is immediately convinced this is a dead end. Of course, it's not. It's the answer to her search for her origins. She is the source, the only imminent justification of her actions and thus her destiny. How much this conflicts with the prior role dynasties played in handing down heroism. The following film tries to reverse this revelation by giving Rey legitimate parents, but that only highlights how singular this revelation is. I also said that it staked a clear position on the distribution of wisdom. For most of the franchise, wisdom belonged to those that knew the ways of the Force, whether the light or dark side, and it was clear from the beginning that only certain persons could know it because they were uniquely Force sensitive, e.g. Luke Skywalker. In the prequel trilogy, this uniqueness is explained as deriving from the presence of midi-chlorians in the potential Jedi equals wise man. Midi-chlorians, and thus the potential for wisdom, are passed down from parents to offspring genetically. This completely changes in The Last Jedi. The final scene has one of the slave boys on the casino planet get revealed as Force sensitive. Does this mean the slave boy's parents gave him midi-chlorians? Maybe, but that's unlikely. Rather, this means that even those without special parents with midi-chlorians, i.e. with noble blood, can be Force sensitive and thus be able to know the ways of the Force. Perhaps this includes everyone? Universal enlightenment? When considered in conjunction with the revelation in the cave, this line of logic carries more weight. Rey is looking for the source of her origins, and the cave giving her back her reflection means that she is the origin of her power, just like the other rebels, and perhaps literally everyone in the galaxy, are the origin of theirs. With this common imminent origin of power equals common sense comes a commonly possessed potential for wisdom. No more wise men or great heroes to guarantee the peace of the galaxy ruled by a common sense risen to common consciousness. If that sounds communist, it is. I wondered aloud why this aspect of The Last Jedi was typically left out in criticisms of the film in relation with the other trilogies, as opposed to trifles like bluish-green milk and flying Leia. This should have inspired much more backlash from the Star Wars hyperfans who sidelined the Ewok central role in ending the original empire. Mac, who didn't enjoy the last trilogy, went along with my critique, though he half-jokingly said that the milk and flying were also plenty aggravating. We said goodbye to Mac in the lobby. We had slowly been making our way out for some time. I conversed with my brother until closing time, deviating from Star Wars and movies entirely. That's it. Thanks for reading. Subscribe.
I'm gonna post my interpretation of the Last Jedi in particular and sequel series in particular, how it deals with the whole, how it relates to the whole midichlorian thing. But the other thing that's occurring to me here, just in relation to the earlier discussion of Star Wars and metaphysics, is that the very weird structure of the sequel trilogy, where Last Jedi was widely agreed to be the only good movie of the three. It's right in the middle, and it attracted the worst sort of super fan backlash and the most explicitly culture war coded backlash, but was also the only one that even sort of tried to say anything. That
that's why
whole
I
sort
enjoyed
of
it so much.
that structure seems a lot more almost sinister, almost deliberate in retrospect. And I was posting a little while ago about the deliberately bad woke culture thing, which again seems paranoid, but the thing that happens here is the original trilogy has this very sincere kind of hippie appropriated Buddhism, Taoism, metaphysics mixed in with bits of sort of vague reactionary storytelling tropes and
as well as kind of I don't know, decolonial revolutionary movements.
Yeah.
And
it
throws
you
those
have
in
these,
as well.
Yeah. There's this very, very complex, contradictory mix of political and spiritual ideas, which are nonetheless actual ideas. And critiques of some of those ideas have accumulated over years, particularly of the passage you're quoting about letting go of attachment, which frankly there are a lot of circumstances in which that is genuinely useful advice, but also there are obvious limits to it, and even within a tradition like Buddhism, I think you'll find that acknowledged in a lot of cases. But so these critiques, which Rian Johnson makes the move of seeming to acknowledge them and having this scene of burning the Jedi texts, which have not even been established to be a thing before that scene, basically.
Yes.
And that's the big sort of gesture. But again, since those didn't really even exist before that moment, it's not clear what exactly that represents. There's this hint that it could be acknowledging or integrating any number of fan critiques, the critique of the emotionlessness kind of thing, or of the hereditary genetic nature of the powers, or whatever else. You can kind of imagine it being any of these things, and in a better trilogy, any of these would have been integrated into character arcs over the course of the three movies. Instead, the other movies pretend that didn't happen, but also take it as license to ignore any of the actual sort of thematic content of the Lucas movies and just turn it into wiki slop. And the fundamental gesture that we're left with on the part of Disney, and this almost represents what it seems is you bring in this radical avant-garde sort of like outsider to give a revolutionary interpretation that tears down all the sort of like metaphysical presumptions and like reactionary politics of the original, and then swap him out and replace it with nothing.
Yeah. And I wonder, I don't know exactly the history of it. I don't know how much of it was because of the backlash, or whether it was just. I remember there being some kind of turmoil being responsible for the last movie ending up the way it did. But I didn't delve into that history. All I know is that
I mean, we really can't know, but I feel like whatever layer of, I mean, that just makes, that makes the backlash a cog in the very thing that they see vindicated in the story, which is just, I don't know, when I get into this mode of paranoid historical reading, I'm like, yes, of course every causal factor converges on the thing. Like, why would it not? That's the point of the system, is what it does. Like,
yeah, it's. I don't know. I don't know how. Yeah, how, like, inevitable that was.
I don't believe it was inevitable. I just
maybe not inevitable,
believe that the particular, like, ostensible, alleged, verifiable motives of any one decision are irrelevant.
Yeah. But it was strange. Yeah, it definitely seemed like The Last Jedi was the film that's like, okay, we are, we're kind of smoothing it out. We're ironing out the kinks. That's what this movie is trying to do. So Star Wars can, really be about war again. And like that's what we can focus on. And like, or love and war more precisely. But and I haven't seen Andor, but I guess it kind of goes that route in that series. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I feel like almost Star Wars has split off into a bunch of like I mean, I barely pay attention to any of this shit, but it feels like it's split off into a bunch of sub-franchises aimed at different people's interpretation of the fandom. Like, the Rogue One Andor continuity is for the people who want to believe it's epic leftist, and, like, the Mandalorian, Ahsoka, whatever continuity is for people who just want more fan service. And maybe they'll invent an anti-woke version now that Trump is president.
No, I'm imagining. Okay, what's an anti-woke Star Wars? It has to. Maybe it could star like I don't know, General Grievous from the original series, and he goes on his I don't know, campaigns throughout the galaxy, and just loots a bunch of people, and is an awesome droid with a bunch of lightsabers. But and of course, like, the Jedi are like kind of like in the background. But yeah, it was very weird watching the film again, where like, even though it's like the third film, and like at this point 6 films have been produced, like this emphasis on, like, despite how many conflicting, I guess, traditions and ideas are
you cut out again.
throws them in there. Yeah, it still wanted to throw them in there, and like, and like to be a dramatic confrontation of them. Like, Anakin is like a very, very much a guy that is anti-bureaucracy, and a lot of his like angst is around like feeling like the bureaucracy is against him.
Yeah. I actually kind of appreciate. I think it lends itself to, like, there's a lot of stuff that feels underdeveloped, so you can have all these different interpretations of it, but that almost feels like it's sort of realistic in a way, like you could never get the full story, there'd be too much, like too many different factors, and so instead it kind of like delivers it like 70% through like 3 set pieces.
A lot of corners were cut.
I just have to note, the Rise of Skywalker, that is episode 9, the final episode of the Skywalker saga. As we know, it was directed by J.J. Abrams. You see, The Last Jedi had been directed by Rian Johnson, of course, and Rian Johnson was, by the way, we mentioned Looper earlier. He was the writer and director of Looper. He also is famous for writing Knives Out, for writing and directing Knives Out and Glass Onion. He also directed like 3 episodes of like Breaking Bad. So he's like an kind of an established filmmaker. Like he's like kind of respected. So it's kind of no surprise that like this sort of like unique this sort of unique relative outsider like film director would make the Star Wars movie that became like the best the best reviewed out of like the sequel trilogy. I just wanted to note that episode 9, The Force Awakens, was originally written as Duel of the Fates, and the initial script was co-written by a guy named Colin Trevorrow, whose own debut was the science fiction comedy Safety Not Guaranteed in 2012, which is another time travel movie. But what he also directed a Jurassic World in 2015, but like what really makes him like kind of infamous is that in 2017 he directed a film called The Book of Henry, which is just one of the most bizarre films ever made. I think.
That's him?
Yeah, the guy who directed
he was going to help write.
The guy who was going to write The Force Awakens, yeah.
Oh, wow.
He wrote the original script for it. Like, before they brought in J.J. Abrams, they were like, this is a good script, but also this is a good script in idea, but it's also so terrible that it needs to be completely rewritten. But yeah, The Book of Henry, I've had the fortune of seeing it, at least in large part, and I have to just admire it for just how bizarre and alien it seems. Just how bizarre and alien it is. It's like, you know, like all of like the AI stuff, all of like the like Facebook slop where it's like a baby with his limbs amputated in like a military outfit saying like, I am just a small soldier, where is my birthday wishes, and like there's the American flag behind it and everything. Like the Book of Henry is basically like the predecessor to all of that. The plot, for the record, is that like there's this little boy who's 11 years old and he's a genius. He invests in the stock market and has built up like a huge fortune in a nest egg for his family. And he builds all these Rube Goldberg machines in their treehouse. And then he finds out that his neighbor girl is like being abused by her stepfather, and tries to report the abuse to social services, but the stepfather is like a cop with government connections, so he's a cop with government connections, so they don't do anything about it. And so he writes a detailed plan to rescue her that he details in a notebook, but then like gets diagnosed with brain cancer and dies. And his mom like finds the notebook and then at first tries to contact social services herself, but that doesn't work. But then she like decides to carry out the plan. So she like gets a sniper rifle and covers her tracks so that nobody can find out that she has a sniper rifle and nobody knows that it'll be her carrying out the murder. And so she's going to shoot the stepdad with a sniper rifle. And then like just like at the very last moment she decides, well, wait a second. Henry was a genius, but he was also a child, and this is a childish plan to like take out the abusive dad with a sniper rifle. So she instead goes up to Glenn and says, I'm going to expose you for what you're doing. And he's like, everyone's going to believe me, not you. And then the principal, at the exact same time, watching like the little girl at the talent show, decides to follow through on the abuse accusation and contacts the authorities. And then the police come to Glenn's house, the stepdad's house, and then he kills himself. And then the mom legally adopts the little girl as her daughter. And that's what happens in the Book of Henry. It's bizarre. It starts off as like this, like, fucking, like, Snopes Glurge story. The little boy who's invests in the stock market. And then it turns into, like, a fucking, like, crime thriller, after he dies. And then it, like, goes back into, like, fucking Glurge story mode. And it's also bizarre because, like, either way, like, the stepdad just ends up with a bullet through his head.
It sounds kind of like it would be a visual novel. Or, like, should be a visual novel.
I imagine...
It's like, in some ways, it's, like, worse Higurashi.
Yeah.
It's weird. I imagine the story would perhaps actually be good if it didn't take place in modern times. Like it feels
Yeah, if it
like
were like Tristram Shandy.
exactly. It feels like a lot of the plot is no a lot of the contrived character of it just comes from very very neurotic attempts to try to explain why this very fantastical scenario has to happen the way it does. Like in this very structurally tight way. Where
Yeah.
at like that you would find in like a medieval play, but it it can't but it when you try to do it in this environment, it's much harder to do that. It's very
Yeah.
hard to write stories in a modern environment. Like is kind of the point, probably, that are like that have this really structurally, you know, tight and very fantastical character to them. Um, right. Like I've just been reading Ben Jonson, his plays, and like what
Yeah.
happens in these plays, um, you can easily imagine like trying. Now there have been adaptions that set it in like modern times, but like obviously there's so much that gets like that becomes immediately weird once like you move to modern times. Uh and like the drama, it's just much harder for it to exist. I find that I keep I find the way that I create drama in my own stories is by completely, kind of like breaking the laws of modern life entirely, like at least for like a second or two, and then and just injecting some drama from outside, and then we go back. Like we suspend these, extreme, you know, this extreme order of heavy surveillance, a lot of accountability everywhere, um of very like of like extreme of like of wide just proliferation of information everywhere. You suspend that for just a second, you find some way that that is not obtaining, and then you get your story.
Yeah.
Does okay, we should close out soon, but also does Trevorrow's Star Wars script exist anywhere? Because I'm really curious.
Let me see if it does.
I'd read it. No,
I
I
wonder if
remember
he.
there being a I remember watching, Folding Ideas.
Yes, it does. It does.
He made a big video on the Book of Henry. He just goes
I
through
should
it and
watch
just
it.
he's like just very confused the entire time.
Yeah, so I'll just link you Trevorrow's script.
Thank you, holy shit. Okay.
I woo! Here we
Alright,
go.
now I can actually get into the, like, behind the scenes, like, parapolitics of story modification. Holmes, you had some Tonka, and I have one last. Oh, it's repeating my voice for some reason. Now, why the fuck is it doing that? Okay, no, that was just somebody had their mic on. Yeah, you had some Tonka, Holmes, and I also wrote one at the spot in memory of Polly of Nasu Animal Kingdom, who we were briefly talking about at the beginning. The manual.
Yes, and my apologies. I believe the echo was due to me turning off the echo cancellation because I also wanted to make sure that Discord doesn't eat the high notes, well, the extended notes, because my voice is not going to do high notes, especially not at this hour.
I'll mute myself.
All right. So I guess the question is, who's got the gong at this hour to do
I've
it
got
proper
one,
style?
actually.
Excellent. Okay.
I'll use my wand.
So brief description of what this is while you're setting up. These I managed to get 8 Tonka so far. Are all Tonka based off of or inspired by specifically a stream of, but a playthrough of this game for the Wii called Fragile Dreams, Farewell Ruins of the Moon, which is this melancholic sort of game that I describe as beautiful at times, odd at times, and extremely deviant art near the end of the aughts and into the tens. So, with one exception at the beginning, these are all kind of riffing off of elements in the game through that, with the first one being actually a comment on the game itself. So, when we're ready?
Yep.
With a chalk outline on sidewalk my path crossed, I've fallen in love. Do you see me bend my knees as my tears fall speckled red? Oh. I don't think the gong came through.
Oh, yeah.
There's blossoms of rust where wilting weeds push up through the empty houses. So far away, does red lotus bloom for me? A pink plastic shell, one last voicemail on the phone, its charms cut loose. I'm supposed to hear her voice. Am I talking to myself? My locket and cloth, a magpie black and silver, trade secrets with me. Having taken my first kiss, my best friend swears to return. In my lover's dream, phosphorescent flowers bloom, an unforeseen blue. A wedding dress never worn, whirls alone in glowing fields. A simple painting, a runner's back shrinks into a field of red, where I can follow after the grass cannot recall. Past the dusking red, a Christmas tree star lands in my beckoning hands. Hold the sky's broken heartbeat, the morning moon hangs naked. An open window, your body seems so cold there, facing the spring breeze. Close the curtain, draw a shroud, lay days of neglect to rest. And there you have it.
Nice.
Nice.
Thank
What was
you.
the game again?
Fragile Dreams, Farewell Ruins of the Moon.
I think I've heard of this, but I'll double check if it's the thing I'm picturing.
I'm very tired, but I did enjoy that.
Thank you.
Oh no, it's. I don't think it is. And the one I wrote for. Actually, I'll just link the photo gallery of Polly so people can sort of picture what or sort of connect to what I hopefully evoke here. That's a very particular one on the thumbnail, not what I was working from, but bristle in the heat, pursed along your face's seams, tucking in your cold. Silver needle nimbus floats, already transcending you.
Really nice.
Thanks. I hope no more manuals die this year. There have really been too many.
No more what may die?
Manuals. The palace cats.